All right, it'll take a little bit for everyone to join in. Okay, we have 15 attendees. It doesn't look like it's going up anymore.
All right, we'll get going then. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the September 10th, 2020 meeting of the BAR Small. My name is Jay Claypool. I'm going to chair tonight's meeting. With me is a full complement of board members, Glenn Gardner, Fillmore Wilson, Julia Martin, and Bill Huey. With us is city staff, Kim Lavin and Alex Howell. Order of the meeting will be as follows. Staff will give a brief introduction or overview of the project, after which time the applicant has a 10-minute period of time in which to present, and this would be anyone speaking as the applicant or on behalf of the applicant. A reminder to the applicant and anyone speaking, please state your name clearly for the record. The public will then have a period of time in which to comment on the application. We try to hold that collectively to about 10 minutes. Again, anyone speaking, commenting, please state your name clearly for the record. We'll then hear from staff as to any comments and recommendations it has. The applicant will then have an opportunity to respond to staff comments as well as public comments to clarify anything that needs to be clarifying. It's not an opportunity to restart the presentation. It's just simply to clarify things that have been said. We will then have the floor closes, and then the board will have a chance to deliberate the agenda item and eventually vote. The board is allowed to question the applicant, the public, staff, anyone at any time, and we tend to begin those questions right on the heels of the applicant's presentation. There's been two items that were on the originally published agenda that are no longer on the agenda. They've been withdrawn. The first agenda item is item number 2, 10 Ducks Court, and the 15th item, 85 Rutledge. We're not going to hear either of those tonight. We'll take them up later. A reminder to myself to please turn off your cell phone, reminder everyone else as well. And lastly, a general reminder that our purview is architecture. It doesn't extend beyond that, so please limit your comments to architecture. I think Kim has some virtual meeting protocol points to go over.
Yeah, so the meeting protocol is as follows. The staff will control the PowerPoint presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicant by the deadline in accordance with submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide during your presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name whenever speaking. Video and microphone has been disabled for all attendees. Attendees, not board members or staff, will only be given the capabilities to speak when they are called upon during the public comment period. Chat and question and answer functions have been disabled for everyone. For public comment, the applicants, all team members, and the public have been required to register, indicate the project they wish to comment on, and submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Just as an in-person meeting, all applications heard today are part of a public meeting format. If you have registered and will speak during the public comment portion of the meeting, you will need to state your name and address for the record. Those members of the public that have registered will be called in order by project. Members of the public that speak are encouraged to remain in the meeting for the completion of the item which they have commented on. Staff will call on the registered members of the public to speak for each project. And unregistered members of the public who raise their hand will not be called on. For the board members will be polled by the chair for comments for their vote on a motion. Each member when voting should respond yay in favor or nay not in favor. The chairman shall reread the motion verbatim, and the board member making the motion should correct the chairman if he has not reread the motion accurately. If a board member needs to recuse, he will temporarily be removed from the meeting and be placed back in the meeting at the start of the next agenda item. If the board needs to go into an executive session, they will call into a separate conference line, and all video and audio on Zoom will be temporarily turned off until they are ready to return to the regular meeting. Staff will issue meeting results, including staff comments and board motion to the applicant following the meeting. Results will also be posted on the city website. For additional information, you can contact following emails: bar@charleston-sc.gov, or you can visit our website if you are experiencing technical difficulties during the meeting. These proceedings are being recorded.
All right. Agenda item number 1, 5 Glenwood.
5 Glenwood is requesting after the fact approval for the demolition of historic roof, chimney, and windows. The building is a category 3 in the Hampton Park Terrace. It's built circa 1917 and in the historic materials demo purview. Here's an aerial image of the property on Glenwood between Hugie and Congress Streets, just in front of Allen Park. There's some existing site photos just to give you a little bit of context. These are historic images from the Upper Peninsula Survey in 2003. And here's the survey card, which notes construction date and features of the building. It's a 1944 Sanborn map. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Stephen Yetman. I'm sitting with Beth Matheson. Beth has asked me to help her with this presentation because she's a bit upset by the whole proceedings, which I guess will come to light after this conversation, the presentation that we make. But here we are today for an after-the-fact approval, which would imply that somehow she intentionally proceeded without permits. As the homeowner, she wants to go on the record to state that that is not the case. Our contract, or her contract, Beautiful Homes of Charleston, had the responsibility for all permitting. Beautiful Homes of Charleston was paid $32,000 to manage the project as a general contractor. Ms. Matheson feels she's at a great disadvantage trying to do something after the fact because we're looking for evidence after the fact as opposed to documenting it as it went along, which we had assumed was happening with the general contractor. The house was purchased in early June. Some demolition began in late June. Plans to the city were printed on July 19th, 2019, and shortly thereafter were approved by the city. These plans did not include a chimney. After the plans were submitted, the bar wrote a letter to Doug Berenger of Beautiful Homes of Charleston and told him that as we are here today to talk about windows and roofs and chimneys that may be under the purview of the city, this letter went to Mr. Berenger, but never to the homeowner. And yet the homeowner sits here trying to defend the actions of the contractor. The first time Ms. Matheson saw this letter, documenting that Mr. Berenger was supposed to come before the bar for the windows, roof, and chimney, was sometime in July 23rd, 2020, over a year after the first permits had been pulled by Mr. Berenger. Unbeknownst to Ms. Matheson, Beautiful Homes of Charleston was attempting to pull his permits, and as soon as the city put a stop work order on the house, he pulled his permits and walked away, left Ms. Matheson holding the bag. And so let's start the presentation. So we're applying for an after-effect approval, in-kind metal roof. The history of their events, there's weather damage to the roof, makeshift sheeting and ductwork covering the roof as the owners of the house prior to Ms. Matheson were doing just about anything they could do to patch the roof, but never really replace it. And it lost its integrity in the process. And now we're here for permit approval. We go to the next page. Beautiful Homes of Charleston was responsible for the permitting. They did all the work. The history of the house, well, bar approving addition, including a roof. The history is that the roof has been damaged and weather rotting for over 8 years. 8 years of weathering damaged the sheeting. The roof had scaffolding on it for over 8 years. We were able to find this after the fact by going back through finding Google pictures, with the Google camera going around, and found that the scaffolding had been there for 8 years. And in talking to the neighbor, the Gordons, the roof had a tarp on it for over a year due to storm damage. The roofing materials used to repair the damaged roof were duct tape, sheet metal, and asphalt. The results of this patchwork caused damage to the sheeting. The roof was unstable, not storm safe, and certainly uninsurable. And the results also caused internal water damage, including the windows. Next slide, please. This is the drawings that were submitted to the city, and I assume approved at some point in time. Next slide. It says the general contractor shall ensure compliance with all the codes. It says the general contractor shall replace all damaged rod, stud, sheathing, and subflooring, and the general contractor shall remove existing roofing as required. So I believe as the contractor went along, removing the roof of the addition in the back, which was approved from what I can tell, trying to tie the new roof in to the old roof was impossible because it was rotted out. And thus the contractor proceeded to move forward with replacing sheeting as required based on what he found with rotted studs and everything else, which is why the roof got replaced from front to back. Next slide, please. These are some pictures that we were able to find. If you look in the 2007 photo, there's scaffolding around the dormer on the right-hand side. In 2011, you really can't see it, but it's still there. But you can also start to see in the photos that there's damage under the windows in the center on the second floor. And that looks like that water is continuing down through the roof and damaging what's on the first floor as well. Next slide, please. Here we are in 2012. You continue to see that there's some sort of support over there on that right-hand dormer. And if you look at the next picture, 2015, it is still there. Sorry, you can go to the next slide now. Here we are in 2017. If you can look at the damage on the upstairs windows on the right, it's all rotted out. And as we all know, water runs downhill and damages things below it. Next slide, please. This is again a close-up of what the roof was. Now, it's really hard to even tell what it was, but from what we can tell, it was some sort of duct tape that was put on top of what we've been led to believe is maybe some sort of pressed tin roof. Next slide. And this is what it looks like as they begin to remove stuff. Putting new sheeting underneath what you can see. Next slide. Again, the damaged roof. Looking at what was in there. Apparently that roof was obviously not up to code and also damaged and leaking. Next slide, please. Here's another picture of the roof. So I don't know if they put some sort of coating on it or what they were trying to do here, but the roof has been leaking obviously for over a decade. Next slide. This is what it looks like today. This Matheson tried to make the roof just one roof from front to back. If the argument with the board here is about the standing seam roof over the front porch, I guess we can have a discussion about that. Next slide. This is what the house looked like prior to Miss Matheson purchasing the house. Next slide. What it looks like today. Next slide. So in conclusion, the homeowner paid a professional contractor $32,000 for all his management work and obtaining all permits, relied on the contract to obtain necessary permits and for the city to approve. Found duct tape, metal, and sheeting were weather damaged and not storm safe, not insurable. The roof was replaced, replaced asphalt, V5, and standing seam, which I guess it's not standing seam, but was some sort of pressed tin. We replaced it all with a V5 for one uniform material.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yatman. Does any member of the board have a question right now? No? Kim, are you going to, in your presentation, go over the scope of the permitted work? I don't want to sort of get ahead of myself here, but I would like to know sort of from the city's sort of permitting perspective, what was permitted.
So they had permits to renovate and add, put an addition on the rear. There was nothing about a roof or windows or chimney stated in the scope of work from the applicant. And the permit carries over the verbiage from the application from the contractor into our system. So the permit is only for rear addition. I can pull up the exact wording.
Okay, that might be helpful in a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll tell you what, let's get a public
Jay,
comment
are
then.
they going to go ahead and talk about the windows as well, or are we going to deal with these individual
No,
items separately?
However y'all want to do, we can talk about the windows.
I think they have more of a presentation.
I'm sorry if I cut you off, Mr. Yatman. I thought you were done.
No worries. I'd say we can go on to talk about the windows next if you would like.
Yeah, you want to hear it? Let's hear it all together.
Okay, can we go to the next presentation? All right, so again, applying for after the fact approval, the history, the events, weather damage, integrity. So obviously you guys know when you have a damaged roof for a decade, roof gets damaged, windows get damaged, water runs down to the bottom of the house. Next slide. Beautiful Homes of Charleston was employed and responsible for the permitting. Long-term roof disrepair resulting in rotted window sashes. Previous homeowner installed vinyl windows. The homeowner has spent $6,000 attempting to repair the window sashes on the windows in question, and after 12 months, when unable to make them work. The results were we replicated the windows with double hung wooden windows, and rebuilt and restored the original attic windows and front door. Next slide, please. Permitting, hired professional contract, Beautiful Homes of Charleston. Beautiful Homes of Charleston responsible for the permitting. Led to believe Beautiful Homes of Charleston was securing all permits. Beautiful Homes of Charleston removed, attempting to be responsive. Next slide. Again, so we're back at the house. Window on the left, a picture on the left upstairs, left window. You can see window on the right. It's rot under the windows. Same in the picture from 2017. Next slide. This is what the interior looked under the window. So you can see water damage from top to bottom. Next slide, please. Again, same issues throughout all these grand windows, which is unfortunate. Next slide. This is a picture we were able to sort of find somewhere, but this is what some of the windows looked like. All wet, have rot. Next slide. Same windows from the outside. This is after trying to put them together. This is not how she got the house. This is after trying to fix them. Next slide. The previous owner had installed some vinyl windows in other portions of the house, which have been replaced. Next slide. This is what the upstairs window looks like restored, which has been still in progress. It's almost impossible to keep this wood putty and wood to hold these windows in place. Next slide. Ms. Matheson went through great lengths to save the front door and the windows surrounding it. But even that took a tremendous amount of work. As you can see, the door's rotted. Next slide. So what the house looks like, the windows look like today. You can see the front door. She had some of the woodwork around the door redone. And as far as the windows are concerned, they are wood windows. They have a 2% fiberglass coating on the exterior, but other than that, they are completely wood windows. Next slide. There's some dialogue going back and forth about the windows, whether or not they're part and parcel to the original permit with Mr. Berenger. And after going back and forth with the city, Ms. Matheson was asked to submit some of the information about the windows, fill out an application, which I hope you guys are familiar with what emails I'm talking about. And Ms. Matheson was asked to complete a 2-page form, which she did, gave it to a contractor, and assumed that everything was fine. So they installed double-hung wood windows with a 3% fiberglass coating on the exterior. Next slide. So in conclusion, Ms. Matheson paid $32,000 to obtain for Beautiful Homes of Charleston to do all this permitting work, relied on his professionalism to get the necessary permits for the city to approve. She spent $6,000 trying to repair the sashes on the windows, but failed. Refurbished remaining window parts in the attic, window front door, and replace windows, sashes only, that replicate the original style of the windows. As far as the chimney is concerned, one other thing I want to show you guys. Can you guys see me by any chance? Is there any way you can activate the camera? I have a piece of wood from the sill. Start your video, let me see here. Okay, can you guys see me now?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see what you can see, but can you see this piece from underneath the window? I can see me now. So along this side, you can see all the termite borings throughout the board. Can you guys see that? We found this one rummaging around through some of the stuff outside of the house. It had the word "save" on it. It's what the contractor said was one of the best conditions to show you the problems that they were dealing with. Regarding the chimneys, again, we don't have presentations of that, but I can just go through it very quickly because it's all about the same. Beautiful Homes of Charleston was paid to pull all the permits. The plan that was submitted with Ms. Matheson's plan to the city doesn't show a chimney on it, but yet received approval. I don't know what that means, but it just means that Ms. Matheson had no idea that permits weren't pulled and that something else needed to be done in order to gain permission to remove said chimney. And with that, I think, and just so we talk about the timeline, because that is another issue that's troubling Ms. Matheson. So we talked about when she bought the house in July. The chimney was down from this house in June. The chimney was down sometime in July or August of 2019. The roof was on by November 2019, and no one bothers to contact Ms. Matheson about any problem until June or July of 2020, July 22nd of 2020. And so she feels that she's been bamboozled not only by the contractor, but to some degree not protected by the city. And yet here we are sitting here talking today. All right, with that, I think that's all we have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Alex, why don't we go to public comment then?
We have 3 people from the public speaking today. We'll start with David Hazelden. And he should be able to speak. David, you're still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. You know, I live next door, and, you know, it sounds like Ms. Matheson has been through a lot of issues with her contract. And, you know, we've been there for about 15 years and have watched the neighborhood go through massive renovations. And I think in that time, back in the early part of the last decade, I guess, the home was listed on the National Historical Register of Historic Places. And that's due to the content and the quality and the diversity of the architecture in those homes. And we've been through the process of renovations and have had to go before various boards to get that approval. And I know that there are some other homes in our neighborhood that are stuck dealing with architectural elements, kind of put the hold on by this board due to the materials that were there before versus what that individual wants now. I mean, one of those individuals is a member of the BAR Large, actually, and he is having, a tough time with this board about what materials are appropriate. And I appreciate the fact that, he's going through the process and trying to do it the right way. And it sounds like Miss Matheson was blindsided by it, but if that's I believe an issue between her and her contractor, and it sounds actionable to me. I don't know what their contract states, but I just want to make sure that the architectural integrity of this historic neighborhood is protected. Now, how the board does that is obviously up to the board, but that's part of the charm. You hear that a lot, the charm of Charleston, and there's different and diverse neighborhoods. And, our neighborhood's just really about 100 years old, but it's got, it's a very charming neighborhood, and that's due in part to the architecture that is there. It's different styles. And, if one contractor or one owner, or whether it's on Glenwood Avenue or Parkwood or Kenilworth, is just doesn't go through the proper steps and has materials installed that don't fit within the architectural context of the neighborhood, that begins to erode away some of that charm and some of that architectural integrity that the neighborhood was placed on the National Register for. I don't know what outcomes could come from this, but I would like for this board to protect the neighborhood in any way that it can, and those are basically my comments. Thank you.
All right, we'll go next to Kevin Eberly. Let me find him. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, am I here? Perfect.
Yes.
Well, I agree with everything that David just said. And just as a little bit of historical background, the house was built by Ralph Heyer in 1916. And I know a little bit about it because back in 1996, I was one of the listed authors for the National Register District for Hampton Park Terrace. And at that time, when we went through and cataloged all of the houses, one of the things that we considered in differing between old but no longer contributing and contributing structures was whether or not the original materials, most notably the roofs and the windows, were still present. So the house, as David correctly noted, was a contributing house on the National Register. A little bit more about some of the more recent history. In 1965, Carl Boone purchased the house and lived there for more than 50 years. Carl Boone, if you don't know, was one of the city's most important African-American historic contractors, sort of a contemporary and colleague of Herbert DaCosta. He was hired by Gedney Howe to restore the Calhoun Mansion down at 16 Meeting Street, and he kept that house in rock solid condition. He lived well into his old age, like 90 something. And admittedly, in the last few years of his life, as most 90-year-old people, they're not going to be climbing around the roof or whatever, but he kept that house in good shape, like all of the other historic homes that he worked on downtown. So, you know, and you've seen now by looking at the photos, there's really no reason to have removed so much of the original material. Now, I know they received permission to tear off the addition on the back, which I think, and David maybe could say a little bit more about that, but I think the back addition was maybe where some of the damage to the roof that they were talking about is or was located. The windows were in fine shape, and there was even, Kim, I don't know if you can flip back, but there was the photo showing all of those window sashes lined up side by side. And I'm telling you, as somebody who has the exact same windows in his own house, I wish that mine had looked that good when I started getting them all to operate again. There's broken cords, but otherwise there's no evidence that all of the windows had to be ripped out. Even on this picture that you're looking at right now, that's like an hour fix right there. I don't know what in the world would take a year and $6,000 to fix that, but in any event, the windows are not in kind. In fact, even the front window on the front of the house on the first floor has been replaced. It's no longer even a double hung window. It's a giant plate glass window now. So it's not even stylistically original, but it is not the sort of wood windows that this board is otherwise required to go back. And I would simply remind the board of 67 Moultrie Street, which was a similar situation where the owner had removed the windows from his house and was obligated by the board to go back and put honest goodness wood windows back in the house, even though he claimed that the replacements were just as good. The roof is the worst part about this because, number one, there was never at any point any duct tape holding that roof together. There's not even any photo of that, but those are pressed tin or pressed steel maybe, but pressed tin shingles, which were a common device starting in the 1890s and sort of petering out in the 1920s in other cities. For whatever reason, they never really caught on in Charleston. And that's the only house, by the way, in the neighborhood that has pressed tin shingles. And there's only one other house in Charleston that I know of that has those over on Legree Street. But with the exception of a little paint flaking, there's nothing to even look at for damage there. And by the way, pressed tin shingles are still available in that exact pattern, even by one of the original companies that still manufactures them using the original equipment. And by the way, it's cheaper to install than a standing seam metal roof. So I really want to see the roof returned. Well, all of it, the windows and the roof as well. And then lastly, on the chimney, again, not to tell you anything you don't already know, but 123 Moultrie Street, the applicant was rejected on an application to remove a much less significant little vent type chimney on the back of his house about a year ago. 90% plus of the four squares in my neighborhood still have their original chimneys, which are a character defining feature. And you can sort of tell a lot about the interior of a house just from the location of that chimney, in the same way that the location of a chimney is important on a single house or in a freedman's cottage. Likewise, you can sort of predict where they're going to be on a four square like this. So all of this needs to be undone. And I agree with David lastly that I have no idea what her contract with the contractor was, but you can't outsource compliance with the law. That is the owner's responsibility. And if the owner's responsibility was in hiring an unqualified contractor, so be it. But whether the owner did it himself or herself or hired somebody to do a bad job, the buck stops with the owner. So I'm totally opposed.
All right, we'll go next to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. We agree with the comments that have been made so far. Historic Charleston Foundation has reviewed the application for after the fact demolition of the historic roof, chimney, and windows at 5 Glenwood. The property is identified as a contributing building to the National Register Historic District. Character defining features of this building included the pressed metal roof, chimney, and wood windows. The former pressed metal roof of this property was popular only for a short window of time in Charleston's history, and a limited number of these roofs remain. The one Kevin mentioned is at 35 LeGree, and it was recently restored on their mansard roof. The Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation state distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a property shall be preserved. The removal of this distinctive feature does not conform to this standard. The standards also state that the historic materials should be repaired rather than replaced. If replacement is necessary, then the replacement should match the old. The replacement materials for the roof and windows at 5 Glenwood do not qualify as replacement in kind. The 5V roof with exposed fasteners is best suited for outbuildings and is not appropriate for the historic district. In fact, this roofing product calls attention to the roof replacement. Pressed metal roof tiles are still available today and should be reinstalled. It is also unfortunate that the windows were replaced rather than repaired. The original windows would have been better quality and more suited for the house. The replacement windows do not appear to properly fit the openings. Additionally, the first floor center window should not have been replaced with the single sash window. We are very sympathetic with the applicant for the difficulties they've had with contractors and permitting at 5 Glenwood, but we recommend denial of the request for after the fact demolition. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Anna Catherine Carroll.
Thank you, and we echo the comments made by the residents as well as Historic Charleston Foundation, and I'll be brief in just summarizing our thoughts in that it is incredibly unfortunate how much of this house was able to be removed before the city was notified. A majority of the alterations are highly insensitive, especially the roof system, which did replace a unique and character-defining roof. We urge the board to hold this after the fact request to the same standard as similar previous reviews, considering what the response would have been if the lost historic material was still intact. So we ask the board to deny this request and require appropriate replacement materials as previously stated in the other comments. Thank you for considering our position.
Alex, is there any other live public comment?
No other live public comment, just a letter.
Okay, we received a letter from Tracy Davis and Cassandra Salgado, owners of Glenwood. I've lived in Glenwood for 16 years. There were numerous things that drew us to the neighborhood. First and foremost were the homes and the history of how the neighborhood was formed. Not long after moving to Hampton Park Terrace, our home participated in the neighborhood historical home tour. And we not only were excited for people to tour our home so they could get a feel for the neighborhood and the historical value of preservation, but we were excited to tour other homes in the neighborhood for the same reason. Through our passion for the homes and the diversity of the neighborhood, we've done whatever we could to respect its heritage, preserve the bones of the house, and follow the historical societies and BAR rules and guidelines for renovation. Most importantly, we have preserved our roof, our windows, and our chimneys when it would have been far less expensive and more timely to replace them with new construction. Over the years, we have performed several renovations to our home. We're fortunate to work with contractors who, like us, appreciated these old homes and who knew, understood, and respected the rules of the BAR to guide us through the process. We're also fortunate enough to have known the previous residents of 5 Glenwood, the Boone family, during in the early years, Mrs. Boone, we would sit outside. Mr. Boone would tell us stories about the history of Charleston, Hampton Park Terrace, and all the homes, including his own, he had worked on and restored. Talking to Mr. Boone reinforced our love and appreciation for the city, the neighborhood, and the homes. After the Boones passed, we all feared that someone would purchase the home who had little to no appreciation for the roots, the bones, the neighborhood, etc. Our worst fears were realized when an owner of property, watching the bones of the home being torn down and all the historical elements ripped away, the roof, the chimney, and the original windows, was heartbreaking, but at the same time, we were angry. Owning homes in historical neighborhoods takes a lot of thoughtful work. The yearly wear and tear of the elements requires ongoing repairs, and each homeowner on Glenwood has taken great care to conduct these repairs within the guidelines of the BAR to stay true to and preserve historical elements. We had ample opportunity to visit 5 Glenwood prior to the purchase by the new owner. While it isn't possible for us to comment on the condition of the roof, there was no visible damage to the chimney or the windows. We wondered why the BAR would grant permission to the new owner of 5 Glenwood to remove these historical elements, and now it has come to our attention via a sign posted in the yard that she did not seek permission at all, but forged ahead and is now asking forgiveness. There's a house currently being renovated at 264 Ashley, directly across the street from Allen Park. The house at 264 Ashley was in disrepair for years after a fire. The house sat empty, boarded up until someone recently purchased the property. The new owner started renovation on a home that anywhere else might have been a complete teardown. The new owner has turned the small burned out structure into a beautifully renovated cottage and preserved the charming front facing windows and the chimneys. I'm sure the new owner has spent more on renovation than they would have if they had just torn it down for new construction in an attempt to preserve a historical home in an historical neighborhood. We personally appreciate and applaud the efforts. New owner of 5 Glenwood has essentially destroyed history and changed character of the street and our neighborhood. Granting her forgiveness for what she has done without asking for rectifying action could not only affect the property value of all the homes on our street, but would set a precedent for others to follow in her path. Since it's not possible to bring back the old roof or chimneys, we ask the BAR have the new owner, at the very least, remove the new front-facing windows in favor of custom windows that appear more period to the home and other surrounding homes on the street. Thank you for allowing us to express our opinions and state the facts as we know them. Okay, so Alex, no other public comment?
No other public comment.
Okay. Mr. Yapman, or excuse me, let's get a staff recommendations and comments.
Thanks, Jay. To answer your question about the permitting, can you see this, what I've put on the screen?
Yes.
This permit application scope of work is for the renovation of a rear one-story addition of second story on the same part of the house. There are no other updates to the permit. There are no other single-family permits. The other permits are electric, mechanical, gas permits. Nothing to the effect of the demolition of any of these materials. As has been said already by many people, the roof was an embossed tin shingle, commonly referred to as pressed tin and popular from the late 19th century to the early 20th century. The chimney and windows were all original in the house. None of these character-defining elements were reviewed or approved for demolition by the BAR staff. So we have a couple comments which are as follows. The demolished roof should be returned to its original material if such material can be sourced. In its stead, a hand-crimped standing seam roof would be also appropriate. The windows that have been demolished should be returned to a double-hung, single-pane, true divided light wood window. And the chimney that's been demolished should be reconstructed. So the staff is recommending denial for after-the-fact demolition with staff comments noted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Mr. Yapman or Ms. Matheson, you're welcome to, respond to public or staff comments or clarify anything that needs clarification.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I knew Mr. Boone. Okay, I live in the neighborhood. I live down the street. I live on South Allen Park. Okay. Mr. Boone did create some sort of addition in the back that was not up to code. The foundation was substandard and had to be torn down. I can appreciate whoever it was that spoke about Mr. Boone in such glowing terms, but he certainly, for what he may have done with Getty Howe down at the Calhoun Mansion, but certainly that work wasn't reflected in what he did in his own house. Okay. He further commented that perhaps the damage was only on the addition in the back. Pictures are being shown to y'all about the windows in the front of the main house with water rot below the windows. So I don't know what he's looking at, but there is damage to those windows and those sills. Okay, regarding the big window in the front, there's a sash piece going through that would make the big window reflect more of a double sash window than the big giant window that's currently in there. And that's really, I guess, all I have to add, other than I've been in the house, and whatever seems to be twisting all my other neighbors about how it looks now and how it doesn't match. They haven't been in the house, so I don't know from the street, is that what they're commenting on? Anyway, that's really all I have to say. I'm disappointed in my neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Yetman. So let's go to board discussion. Let's see here. Let's do what we were doing in past meetings, which is to kind of call on people just to get the discussion started. But Bill, would you start us off on this one?
Yes, this is Bill Huey. I would say that obviously this is an unfortunate situation for the owner, but a contractor really who knew what they were doing would have handled this in a much better way. And I believe based on similar precedent of what we've done in this area regarding windows, roofs, and other materials, it's pretty cut and dry in my opinion. I do concur with the comments made by staff and the preservation community. Thank you.
Any other thoughts from the board?
This is Julia. I really think pretty much everything has been said, and I regret that the owner finds herself in this position, holding the bag, but there's the bag that someone has to hold. And I just don't think there's any alternative to replacing these inappropriate elements that have been introduced. So I can go ahead and make a motion if you like for denial of after the facts demolition with staff comments noted.
Okay, so Julia's made a motion. Does anyone want to second it?
Fillmore Wilson, I'll second.
Okay, Julia, Fillmore seconded it. I'll call the roll. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor, so the motion carries unanimously. Okay, next agenda item is 18 Shepherd Street.
Shepherd Street is requesting final approval for demolition. The building's a category 4 in the East Side neighborhood, circa 1885 to 1900, and in the historic materials demo district. Here's your aerial from Google, north side of Shepherd Street between Nassau and Hanover. Some existing site photos. These are a little bit old from Google. These do not show the current condition of the building. This is a historic image 1985 survey card, giving some information and description of the building. Here are the Sanborn maps from 1902 and 1944. You can see between 1902 and 44, there was a little one-story addition on the rear. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Mr. Fields? Oh, there you are. Mr. Fields, can you hear us? Mr. Fields, are you there? Alex, any idea on the technical difficulties?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a audio issue. He's unmuted. Maybe he's connected. The input isn't working. I just put him back on mute and asked to, okay, so he's able to mute and unmute himself, but we just can't hear.
If does he have a phone number on his Zoom invite?
What he could do, yeah, he gave us his phone number, and he's not, there are a couple of people who have called in, but it's not the same one. What he might need to do is call in on the phone per the instructions on the agenda, and then I can find him through his phone number. Let's see, actually, yep, here he is. Okay. All right, so I've allowed you to talk on your phone, and you just have to unmute yourself on the phone.
How do you unmute on the phone? Alex, is there a code?
There is, and I think it tells you when you call in, but I don't remember what it is now off the top of my head. It's like star something. Let me see if I can look it up.
Hello?
Hey, Mr. Fields, you have Jay Claypool. You're here at the BAR. There's an echo, so you might want to mute your computer.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, let's just try it anyway.
Or turn off the sound on the computer. That would help too.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's good. Please go ahead.
Okay. my request is simple. We would like to completely demolish this structure at 18 Shepherd. I bought this property about a year ago and hired a contractor who took our money and just left. Since then, I've hired another contractor, but the problem has been trying to get the structure built. We couldn't get flood insurance because we couldn't get an elevation certificate because they said that the structure was too flimsy and nobody would insure it. So that's why we went with trying to demolish the whole property. We had a structural engineer come look at it, and he sent in a report to the board advising that we should demolish this. We have been trying to get this done for over several months now, and the city has come to me on several occasions and asked me to clean up the property and board it up. We've done this about 4 times since March, but people keep breaking in and homesteading in there, doing who knows what in there. And since then, the place has burned down. So now I don't see that we have any other choice but to demolish it and clean it up and try and put a worthwhile structure on the property. That's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Does any board member have a question for Mr. Fields right now? Why don't we go to public comment, Alex?
We have one member of the public speaking, and that's Kevin Eberly, and he should be able to talk now.
All right, well, again, my name is Kevin Eberly, and I'm also opposed to this one, and as I am for most of the uptown sort of demolitions. Just really 2 quick points. Number one is the house is actually a little older than what has been represented. It was built, this is pretty definite, in 1873 by John Calvert, who was a blacksmith over on King Street. He and his wife, Frances, also dabbled in real estate development in the East Side as the Blake lands north of Shepherd Street came online after extensive probate proceedings. But this was his and his wife's house, and they lived there from 1873 until the 1880s. And the reason I say that is not just because I find it interesting, but also it's sort of an historically relevant point. I know a lot of people refer to this kind of house as a freeman's cottage, with the sort of incorrect belief that it was built, that they were built for freed slaves after the Civil War, which is not exactly correct. But that house style really does not date back into the pre-Civil War era. It really came to be a thing, like Charleston single house, if you will, for the first time after the Civil War. And so I can't say this is the oldest example in the peninsula, but it is a very early first generation Charleston cottage with all of the characteristic form to it. A simple rectangle side porch, center chimney sort of layout. And it would be a shame to see it lost, because it does still have, admittedly, a lot of fire damage, but it has the roof, it has that central chimney, and all of that. And then the last thing I would say is, I know it's in bad shape, obviously, but something like 2 blocks away, about 2 years ago, there was another series of these similar little houses, some of which I walked through and had less original fabric than this, and were restored without being jacked up on huge foundation or any of that kind of stuff, and are today on the National Register as the Jackson Street Cottage, precisely because they are good examples of that building format. And Shepherd Street used to be a line originally from Hanover all the way over to Meeting, with the same sort of house. While a lot of them have fallen by the wayside over the years, it'd be a real shame to see another one fractured. So, it's a tough case. I got to say something in favor of it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Let's go to staff comments and recommendations if there's no other public comment.
Excuse me. Thank you. So in addition to multiple fires, the building has also suffered severely deferred maintenance and termite infestation. We really struggled with this because the building form is truly a character defining element, and staff want to refrain from setting precedents as every single case is different, but the fires have claimed such a large portion of the building. So with that said, there's very little salvageable material on the building, and the recent fire has eliminated the opportunity for preservation in situ. So the staff's recommending approval for demolition.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fields, is there any clarification or anything you'd like to respond to from public or staff comments?
No, sir, it's just that we have tried to build that property as it stands, and we could not get it done because the insurance companies would not allow us to do it, and they claimed that we had to have it elevated some because it's in a flood zone, and we boarded it up, but the elements around there, people keep breaking in, and that's the only problem. So the only solution we have is to really demolish this and try and put something better there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to board discussion. Fillmore, would you mind kicking off the discussion on 18 Shepherd here?
Hey, yeah, yes. Try to be brief. In general, I am in agreement with staff. I also am very sympathetic to the fact that this is a building form which is important, and particularly important to this part of Charleston, and we're going to lose one more of them. However, there's virtually no salvageable material left in this building except maybe the chimney, and unfortunately the board does not have purview over what goes back there. So you would have to demolish this building simply to rebuild it. And so I am in agreement with staff that the only alternative is demolition.
Any other board member have anything to add?
I agree with Fillmore, Glenn Gardner.
All right, if there's no other thoughts, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. Fillmore Wilson.
So Fillmore's moved for approval of demolition. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Julia. All right, I'll call it for a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor, so the motion passes unanimously. All right, next agenda item is 16 Maverick.
Maverick Street is requesting final approval for the demolition of an accessory building. It's category 3 in the north central neighborhood circa 1915 and in the historic materials demolition district. Here's an aerial image kind of giving you the context for the property. The building is outlined in yellow here, actually on Oswego Street. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Can you all hear me? All right, is it my turn to talk?
Yep.
Okay, hey, I'm Jason Michael, and I'm requesting the demolition of this accessory building. And I just want to thank you guys for considering my request. This is a house, I mean, that belonged to my grandparents. And looking back at the property record, they bought it in 1960. And so here we are, 60 years later, and I'm glad it's still in the family. But unfortunately, that accessory building was brought to my attention by Livability. And Livability, I think I included in the packet the letter that I got related to I think termite infestation and just the condition of it. And so once Livability let me know what was going on, and it sounded like what they wanted to see was demolition, I said, well, I know I can't touch anything without asking the bar. And it was right when COVID was about to happen. And so we got delayed. But nevertheless, I'm here making that request because as I've watched that building over the past month, 2 months, and even the pictures that you all may have seen, those pictures are, they've changed from when I took them to what the building is now. If you guys have had a chance to look at it, you'd see that the roof is just falling in, and I just don't feel like it's safe for the neighbor. I do believe they're trespassers every once in a while, and so it does concern me as a liability and a safety issue, because unfortunately that neighborhood still has some element of folks who don't respect fence lines and walls and do go onto the property from time to time. Long range, my plan is to try to keep that property, renovate it, and continue to just have it in the family. It's been a little difficult for me simply because my dad was in that house and he had a cancer diagnosis back in 2013. And so the house kind of was on the way to not doing well. And then during, these past few years, it just has kind of continued along that line. But, mental health wise, I'm feeling better, and I'm doing a lot more now than I have before, trying to get things back to normal. Financially, I'm not in a place to be able to take this project right now and fix it the way I want to, but I don't want to really create any more of an issue here. And so I just want to make sure that I've got some direction as to what can happen here. But I'm definitely along the line of wanting things to be safe and trying to maintain things as best I can. So with that, I leave it to you to make your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Any questions?
I'm just curious. So, Mr. Michael, are you in charge of maintaining the whole property at this point?
Right, I am.
Okay. And so just, I guess, in the last few years, this garage just sort of fell apart?
Yeah. So basically, my dad, if you can tell, he put some wood there up to try to hold the roof up.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what year he did that, but it could have been, 2010, 2011. And, he just didn't have the skill set, unfortunately, to be able to keep things the way, the way they need to be kept. And that's just kind of why it ended up, getting to where it is. I used to ask him if we were going to treat for termites, because I believe there were termites in the house. And so recently when I was over there working on the inside, I see that there's still active termites. So I want to be able to deal with that in the near future. But all the wood right around there right now, it just concerns me because it's so termite damaged and full of rot. And I asked the contractor if he would, even entertain going under there, and he won't even go under there to try to do anything until after we figure out what we need to do. So that's kind of how things have gotten to be where they are.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment. Alex, please.
All right, we have 2 members of the public speaking. We'll start with April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. We've reviewed the application for demolition of the accessory building. The structure is well designed and contributes to the character of the district. If demolition is approved by the BAR, we recommend salvaging the doors and the ridge ornament for a new structure on the property. Thank you.
And second, we'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Our staff had the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and similar to Historic Charleston Foundation, we observed the exterior materials to be largely in salvageable condition. We would ask that all salvageable historic materials such as the roof, rafter tails, and Dutch lap siding be retained and reused on the site. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other public comment, maybe we can have staff comments and recommendations.
Yeah, generally speaking, staff reluctantly recommend approval for these turn-of-the-century garages as they are vestiges of the early automobile age in Charleston. They follow patterns in the neighborhoods, and they're important to the streetscape and context of it. However, there's little remaining of the building, and much of it is modern replacement materials. The photographs that we have seen here now aren't really depicting current conditions. So therefore, the staff's recommending approval. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Michael, you want to clarify anything or respond to anything?
No, what was the staff recommending? I didn't hear what you said.
Staff recommended demolition.
Okay.
Okay, so board discussion.
This is Julia, and I reluctantly agree with staff that there's really not a good case to be made for trying to preserve this structure at this point, unfortunately. But I like the preservation group's suggestions to retain some of the elements that are still there and could conceivably be reused on the site. I think that's very thoughtful and would be wise. And I'll just say to Mr. Michael that we don't want to see you back because the main house is falling apart.
Right, right.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody want to tack on to Julia's comments?
Glenn Gardner, I agree with all of that. It's unfortunate, but I think the current condition of it just takes it a little beyond that tipping point, and I do agree with attempting to salvage and reuse whatever materials possible.
Fillmore Wilson, I agree with the other members of the board. And the Preservation Society's comments, I think the garage doors are particularly appropriate for salvage, and some of the ornamentation on the 5V roof.
Glenn Gardner, I'll make a motion for approval of demolition with a board condition for a list of salvage materials to be provided for staff for final approval.
Second that.
All right, so Glenn's moved for approval of demolition, a board condition that the applicant provide a list of salvageable material to the board for salvage prior to demolition.
Okay.
And Julia, was that you? You seconded to that?
Yes.
All right, I'll put that to a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously. All right, next agenda item is 786 Raleigh.
Thank you.
786 Rutledge Avenue is requesting final approval for the demolition of windows. The building's a category 4 in the north central neighborhood, circa 1935, and in the historic materials demo purview. Here's an aerial image to give you a little context on Rutledge. It's just south of Simmons Street. Some Google images to show the context of the street. You can see the red arrow pointing to this particular property. Some more images. Here's a survey card from 2003, just giving a little bit of information and rating the building as a category 4. Sanborn map from 1944. Footprint has not changed. And if the applicant's here and wants to take it from here.
Paul, can you hear us?
Hey, yeah. I'm sorry. Were you waiting for me to talk? I apologize. I
Yep,
had a brief moment where I couldn't hear you.
Gotcha. It is your turn to speak. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So, you know, our objective here was to put an addition off the rear of the house, which would require us to remove this section of the rear of the house. There would be no modifications of the roof or the left, right, or front of the house. The initial request that we put into place also included that we would like to replace all of the windows in the structure. However, we realize that that's potentially an overreach and we're willing to let that slide through. We just really are more concerned about being able to add the addition onto the back of the house, which would require us to remove that section. We didn't feel that it was visible from the adjacent property behind, but the other people have said that they believe that it might be. And so that's where we kind of run into our issue. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So, I mean, it's kind of just as simple as that. We'd like to be able to place an addition on the rear of this structure. And in order to do that, we have to remove or cover the back portion of the structure, which would be the only area that we would like to perform any work.
Okay. Any member of the board have a question right now? No?
Paul, do you want to walk, excuse me, Paul, do you want to walk me through any of these photos? I'm happy to click through.
Yeah, I mean, so as far as the photos that you guys have taken, I mean, the reason that this house was purchased in the first place was because the brickwork on it is unmatched. There's, you know, multi-pattern, multi-weave brickwork that's just masterclass stuff. So we would be remiss to touch any of the stuff on the front of the house. The back of the house doesn't have that same sort of intricate character, but it is still the same brick done at the same time. So we're absolutely not trying to camouflage the fact that we're going to be removing a section of something that would be historical. It just becomes necessary for us to do that, and we did not believe that it would infringe too much on the history of the structure to do that from a perspective of the street.
Jay, this is Julia. I do have a question, 2 questions actually for, I don't know if it's for staff or the applicant, but is there a photograph of the back elevation anywhere that we're talking about?
If you keep scrolling around, there is a photo. That's the back of the house there. So that current view is the back of the structure. That's that's a better view of the back.
All right, and I think there was discussion this morning about some plans being available for what's proposed in terms of the demolition and new construction.
I believe that we had a conversation about that, but I thought that was more of zoning's purview than bar. As far as the proposed addition would fall under them, since this area, this house only falls into demolition of external windows or roof.
Right. Just because of some of the details we discussed this morning, it would be helpful to have that. But
gotcha. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. The proposal that we have to do with this house would create a structure in the back of this house that would make the back of the house not visible from the adjacent lot behind it, which is
Thank you.
a garden.
Any other questions right now? Okay, let's go to public comment then, 7086 Rutledge.
Okay, we have potentially 3 public speakers, the first of which it looks like only signed up to speak if they were replacing windows. I'll still go to him just to clarify if he has a comment. That's Kevin Eberly.
Okay, well, thanks. And I did sign up when I saw that the application was to remove all of the windows, which is sort of insane. And especially being an uptown property, I had to chime in on it. And so I'm glad to hear that most of the windows will be saved, but I will still say that I'm not totally sure how the BAR considers its jurisdiction with basically removing all of that back side to append something to it. But I would be opposed to the demolition basically of the back facade of the house that is visible from the public right-of-way. But I'm not, I have to say, I'm not totally sure on how the jurisdiction on that sort of works. But just to be totally frank, and I think maybe this is a common feeling, part of that has to be because that is without a single doubt the worst and ugliest addition I have ever seen in my entire life. And so I'll simply throw that out there. But I'd like to see the original saved. I mean, it is attractive brickwork in the windows and the little bump out over the door and all of that. So subject to the jurisdictional issues, I'm in favor of saving that material.
Okay, we'll go next to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. We were also confused by the scope of the request. We would oppose certainly the demolition of all windows on this structure. We are also unclear about the jurisdiction and have some concerns about the design of the proposed addition, knowing that that is not under review tonight. Thank you.
And third, we'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. I'll echo the comments of Historic Charleston Foundation just to speak to the scope of the work. We did have the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and based on our observation, it appears that the majority of the windows are in reparable condition. So we would ask that the board require the applicant to clearly and specifically refine that scope of this request to reflect replacement of only the material that cannot be feasibly repaired. And we would also hope for further clarification on the extent of demolition at the rear. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other public comment, let's have staff comment and recommendation.
Yes, so currently the eastern wall is visible from Romney Street. As such, the preservation staff cannot recommend demolition, approval of the eastern wall. The windows on the house are character defining historic elements older than 50 years old and should be retained and repaired where necessary. The rear is visible from Romney and in the purview of BAR. The expanse proposed for demolition is character defining as well and should not be enveloped into the new addition. Selected openings should be used as connection points, joining the original structure to the new addition. Just to circle back on our conversation this morning, the zoning needs to be approved first and before we can give up purview. This needs to be gone through zoning and back to the BAR again. So we are recommending denial of the demolition with staff comments. Thank you.
Okay. Paul, you're welcome to clarify or respond to any public or staff comments.
I think that I definitely understand the perspective of everyone. I have had a meeting with the client and the people who own the property and the financing behind it. And I've been discussing with them the possibility of refining our scope of work to change the size of the auxiliary structure that we'd like to add in the rear to increase it, and then not modify the main structure's exterior at all, and just work with the existing envelope of the house as it is, but just simply repair and replace as needed. So we're going to try to take a tack at that approach, because it sounds like ultimately, in order to keep everyone satisfied, I think that's probably the safest way to do it. And I realize there'll be more conversations, but that'll be more zoning than bar. But I think at this moment, we'll concede to the requirements of the bar, and we'll try to reapproach this from a different tack that might make everyone more satisfied.
So, Paul, so we look at, it's a baseball metaphor, but there's a pitch. We have to judge that pitch, not like the next one that might come. So as to this one, are you saying you're withdrawing it, or do you want us to go ahead and vote on it?
I mean, ultimately, we would prefer that this was the route we would go. But I can read the temperature of the room. It feels to me like we're pretty much looking at needing to revise our strategy in a way that will be a little bit more sensitive to the historical requirements. If I'm wrong on that, tell me. If you guys feel like you're in support of my idea and want to go forward with it, we'd be super happy to just press on. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like that's the case.
Okay, well, point taken, I hear you. I didn't intend this to be a conversation. I was just trying to clarify sort of what
I
you're
would
saying.
like it to go through a vote just so that I can have a formal record for my client.
Sure, okay.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to understand what you're getting at. So, all right, so now we're in a board discussion on this application that was put forth. I can't remember where we left off. Maybe Glenn?
Yeah, I think it's my turn to go first. I am on board with staff's recommendations. I think that the value of what's there can't or should not be lost.
Anybody want to go ahead, Julia? Sorry.
This is Julia, and I was just going to ask him, for some reason, I did not have access to the proposed plans in the Dropbox folder. I don't know if that's just me or what, but if you could just really quickly, just scroll through the proposed, what they intended to do at the back of the house. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. All right, so I'll just say I do appreciate the applicant's willingness to comprehend our point of view and to cooperate. That sounds really promising. And beyond that, I'm in agreement with staff.
Bill, Fillmore, any other thoughts? No? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for denial of demolition with staff comments noted.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Glenn.
Second by Glenn. All right. We'll put that to a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor. Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step off the camera for a second, but I am still on audio. I'm going to be listening, but
Sure you are. Okay. Next agenda item is 9 Limehouse. The first part of it is the secondary building.
Yep. 9 Limehouse is requesting final approval for the demolition of an accessory dwelling at rear. The main house is a category 3 located in the Charlestown neighborhood, pre-1902 and in the old and historic district. Again, here's some context for you. On the western side of Limehouse Street, and you can see the yellow box. depicts where this carriage house is currently. Here it is in the yellow circle. Some existing site photos. And Mr. Keys, if you are ready to take it from here.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Glenn.
Kim?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. This guest house replaced a one-story wooden garage, which shows up on the Sanborn maps as early as 1902, and is still there in the last Sanborn of 1955. However, the footprint is slightly different, although it is a long, elongated structure. But when you investigate the building, looking at the framing underneath, it's all modern framing on concrete block piers. The Fraser Wilson family owned this property since in the 50s and did a significant amount of work on the main house in 1958. I suspect this happened in that period, sometime in the late 50s, early 60s, due to the style and type of framing. We had a chance to meet with staff and many of the board members today to look at the framing, and we do not think that there's any historic fabric in that building, and it is a replacement of that earlier garage. So we are requesting removal, demolition, please.
Any questions for Glenn right now? Okay, how about public comment?
No public comment on this one.
How about staff comments and recommendation?
While the carriage house is located in the footprint of an historic structure, the building itself is all modern construction materials and methods. So the staff is recommending approval for demolition.
Okay, Glenn, any response?
No, thank you.
All right, board discussion. Bill, are you back? You want to start with you?
I concur with staff's comments. It is modern materials and modern construction, so I concur with staff's comment.
Okay, is there any other, something to tack on or no? Seeing head shaking. I will make a motion.
Glenn Gardner, I'll make a motion for approval.
Okay, does anyone want to second it?
Fillmore Wilson, I'll second it.
Second by Fillmore. All right, I'll call the vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Okay, chair votes yay in favor. The motion passes unanimously. Next agenda item is again 9 Limehouse, the new construction.
They're requesting conceptual approval for the new construction of a secondary dwelling and guest house. Dwelling guest house. Again, here we are. Just flip through these context slides. And go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, thank you. We're proposing the construction of a carriage house type structure that would be used as a garage and a guest house, utilizing some traditional outbuilding architectural vocabulary. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see it does sit on the far southwest corner of the property. Next. Next. You can see the plan. We have moved the building off of the property lines. The dotted blue line you see is the existing garage, and the dark lines are the new garage and guest house. So we pushed it to the setbacks, but essentially it's the same length of building. It just slid to the north as the existing building, and of course a little deeper to accommodate the cars. Next. In context, on the street elevation with the house, 15 Limehouse to the south, and the main house of 9 to the north. Next. Fairly straightforward building with the garage and a little loggia for a pool that will be designed for the garden. And then upstairs is a one bedroom guest quarters. Next. Traditional detailing with the carriage doors and dormer windows, board doors. Next. Building section showing how we can capture some livable space. We're trying to keep the building as low as we can, so we using trying to use that shed dormer to get us enough headroom to use the space, of which the shed dormer is not visible from the public right away. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Questions of the board right now?
I have one quick question. Glenn, is this like under the accessory building zoning regulations or not?
It's not. We have enough square footage. It's a separate structure.
Okay.
And so zoning is already weighed in on this and it meets all their criteria.
Okay. So you're not limited to that particular eave height or anything? Okay.
We're not.
This is Bill. Just a question. Glenn, it's handsomely designed. Are you planning to do anything in either your material palette or your detail articulation to make sure that it doesn't sort of try to read as a historic structure? Is it going to read as more of a modern structure? I mean, the detailing is really nice, but just kind of a question.
Yeah. I understand the comment. We will certainly go down that road with our detailing and understand the need to make it distinguished as a contemporary building. We do want to keep the form and shape and general concepts of a dependency that you would see in Charleston without replicating such a building.
Thank you.
One more quick question, maybe for staff or the applicant. Definitely not visible at all from council. Like, if you look at just, the vicinity map, it seems like it might be, but I haven't checked it out myself.
That's correct, Julia. I think portions of it are visible. You look through the trees.
Okay, why don't we go to, if there's no other questions, why don't we go to public comment?
We have one speaker on this. I'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has an exterior easement on this property which covers the entire parcel. We have reviewed and approved of the proposed carriage house at Historic Charleston Foundation's easement property, as we believe that the proposed carriage house better complements the grand house at 9 Limehouse Street than the existing converted garage structure. However, in the accommodation to the neighbor to the west, we have worked with the applicant for a reduction of windows in the shed dormer on the west elevation. This change was agreed to after this application was submitted to the BAR. We respectfully request that the BAR grant approval for the request for a secondary structure at 9 Limehouse Street. Thank you.
If there's no other public comment, how about staff comment and recommendation?
Yeah, we just have a couple comments. Eliminate the front-facing gable and replace with dormers, more in keeping with the main house's roof and scale and the typical pattern of subordinate utilitarian buildings in the historic districts. Also, the casement windows on the ground floor are quite large, reduce the size. The utilitarian shutters, arches over the windows, corbelled brackets, and turned decorative garage doors should be unified in style and simplified. Generally, the rear dormers are inappropriate for the building, but they are minimally visible from the public right away. And lastly, the material palette should be developed for further review. The staff's recommending conceptual approval with staff comments noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Glenn, would you like to respond to public and staff comment? And maybe you could address one thing for me. I was trying to figure out what April's comment meant, meaning has something changed since this application right here that we're looking at?
Well, right now, of course, we're in for conceptual approval, so the design will continue to evolve before we resubmit for preliminary. We were going to remove some of the windows that are on that shed dormer on the west side, and so it will be a slight change, and that would come before you later. It does not affect, I think, conceptual approval, but okay. we're removing some of the windows on that side.
I got it. Okay, thank you. So let's go to board discussion. I can't remember. Maybe Fillmore? I can't remember. Sorry.
Fillmore, generally, I agree with staff. I think the building's appropriate. I do not have a lot of heartache about the front facing gable. I think the building is very nicely designed, maybe a little complex for a simple auxiliary structure, but I think it's a very nice design. And I would be fine with dormers or I think the front facing gable.
This is Julia, and I'm pretty much on the same page. I think it's a handsome design. I also think that staff's suggestions are thoughtful and worthy of exploring. So I'll go ahead and make a motion for conceptual approval with staff comments noted.
Okay. There's no other discussion. Is there a second?
Fillmore, I'll second.
Okay, I'll call that for a vote. Try to see everybody here. There we go. All right, I'll call that for a vote. Bill?
Yay, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay, in favor.
Julia?
Yay, in favor.
Glenn?
In favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. The motion passes unanimously. All right, now back to 9 Limehouse for the main house.
This application's requesting conceptual approval for the new construction of an addition, a landing and stair from piazza to grade for historic documentation. Again, the building is a category 3 in the Charlestown area. Here's some existing photos of the main house, which we haven't seen yet. Piazza. Back up. It's a historic image from 1957, courtesy of Historic Charleston Foundation. All right. Glenn, if you want to take it from here.
Yes. So this is a grand Greek Revival house, which is going to undergo a major restoration. It's been in the same family since the 1950s and just recently changed hands. And the new owners want to undergo some work on the house and restore some of the really grand ornamental plaster in the house. But the house is really in good shape, just needs to be freshened up. We do want to look at putting an addition on the back. If you go to the next page, please. Shown in context. You can see the property line on the north side. the building sits about 18 inches off of that property line, which means we are setbacks on that side are 3 feet, which means we are 18 inches into the setback, which we'll discuss later when we get up to the second floor, but that's a pertinent point. Next. The Sanborn maps, you can see the building evolves. And particularly you can see where in the 1955, you can see where the two-story addition and where the entrance used to be. Look at the dependency on the right, where the approximate location of the historic porch was located. And that's where we plan to put the entry back and replicate that. As you see the evolution on the right-hand side, the kitchen house was doubled in size. In fact, about 10 feet was added in 1958. And that was documented by Dr. Wilson in a newspaper article. So the front, the south 10 feet of that building was added on in that 58 period. Next. Next. The photographs show on the left-hand photograph where the existing stairs are that do show up in that early photograph of Historic Charleston Foundation, but they also have an earlier photograph you'll see in a minute from the late 19th century that shows a different stair that we'd like to replicate. And the middle photograph shows where the stair we'd like to put for the dependency. Next. The before and after of the first floor. So all the work is really happening, of course, at the back in the dependency. Kim, if you put your cursor up on the new addition, behind the dining room, right there. So you can see below. That's where the existing conditions, but the dotted line is where the historic kitchen house used to be. So this whole south portion was added. So we are gonna make some changes to the south wall to make it more architecturally appropriate for a dependency. We're moving some stairs. The stairs to the west were installed to move the door to the west, and then the stairs coming off the piazza to the west are also of modern construction. And the double stair on the main piazza, showing the new appearance of that. So if you go to the next drawing, please. There's an addition. We're going to be removing a piazza enclosure. The sitting room, you see in the existing plan on the piazza, south side there, will be removed and the piazza reopened. And on the west side, we'd like to put a second floor to create a master bath and dressing room. You can see on the existing plan the bathroom that now serves as the master bath in that existing little wing, and so we are trying to utilize space on that roof for a second floor. Next, please. In the third floor, you can see the shading of where we're proposing the addition will be. Next. Next. No changes to the front elevation other than the removal of the screening behind in the piazza on the second floor. Next. On the south side, we'll see we're reopening the piazza. That center bay, Kim, if you could point to where the piazza enclosure is located, right there, will be reopened. On the the historic photograph you can see from 1880, showing the double stair that we would like to recreate. This property has an incredible live oak tree on this on the west side of the property, and all of the roofs that exist now were and the stair that was there now was all built around the live oak tree. But we're proposing to move that entrance to the dependency back to where the original porch was. There's a very unusual door surround that exists. Kim, if you could point to the existing back door surround. That we were, it came from a house that Dr. Frazier, it was Dr. Frazier's father on Rutledge Avenue. And it was being torn down, and he salvaged it and installed it at his house. It's not so much appropriate for a dependency door, but it's a really incredible artifact. And so since it has some history now with the house since 1958, we would like to retain that and move it to, we think, a more appropriate place, which is the entrance where the previous porch would have been. So we're just relocating that element. You can see how the roof kind of steps down and around and about, and all that is doing really some gymnastics to get around the tree. The tree has these incredible limbs that we are trying to work around and maintain. We do have to remove one small limb, which has been approved by an arborist. So that accounts for why the changes in levels and depth of that addition is to accommodate that grand live oak tree. So we're trying to make a more appropriate elevation for this this dependency. And as we talked about, the existing facade of the dependency dates to 1958. Next. So you can see the addition, and the addition on the north side of the roof addition has to set back 18 inches from the parapet wall to accommodate the setback, the required setback. Next. And the north elevation, yeah. Is that the last one, Kim? Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any questions right now?
I'll ask the applicant if, and I know the tree is a big obstacle, so to speak, but if you were to pull in the existing first floor addition, that same amount that you have to pull in the second floor, is there any way you think you could achieve a simpler geometry with this whole addition?
Okay. Say that again, please. Where are you talking about pulling it in?
The back wall, the west wall, where you're forced by zoning to pull your second story wall in.
Mm-hmm.
If you imagine, if you reconstructed the existing western wall, and so that the entire two-story western wall were meeting that setback, would that possibly allow you to have just a really simple volume addition back here? That's, 2 stories, full width, simple vertical walls. You tell me. I know the tree is.
Yeah, it is. The program is really driven by this tree, and I'd be happy to meet you out there and show you how we came to this. Obviously we're trying to maximize the space we can utilize and not damage the tree. Honestly, because of the tree, the visibility of this whole addition is minimal. So I don't think it's going to have much of a visual impact from the street. So I don't know. I'd be happy to look at some other options if desired.
Thank you.
But if there's no other questions, then why don't we go to public comment, Alex?
All right, we'll start with April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has an exterior easement on the property at 9 Limehouse Street, a grand Greek Revival house constructed circa 1858. The house retains a great deal of its original fabric, both on the exterior and interior, but also needs extensive rehabilitation. The new owner retained Glenn Keys to work collaboratively with HCF to develop a plan to carefully rehabilitate the house while retaining as much historic fabric as possible. Some of the proposed changes are reversals of changes that occurred after 1955, including the changes to the stairs from the piazza and dependency and the removal of the existing second floor piazza infill and screen. The other proposed alterations will not impact historic fabric. The south wall of the dependency has previously been heavily altered and had a different southern footprint on the 1955 Sanborn. The second floor bathroom extension is balanced by this applicant's proposed removal of the piazza infill and screen. This bathroom addition will not impact historic roofing material and will be minimally visible from the street. We believe that this applicant is going above and beyond in the rehabilitation of 9 Limehouse Street. Although it's not relevant to the BAR for this application, the owner will be granting interior easements to protect the exceptional plasterwork in several of the primary rooms on the first floor. We believe that the work on the property as a whole will be a positive change to Limehouse Street and the neighborhood, and it will ensure the preservation of this important historic house long term. We respectfully recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
And we'll go next to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We really appreciate the applicant reaching out to us on this request, and we commend the applicant and the owner and Historic Charleston Foundation for all that is going on here. A lot of great work, especially reopening the piazza enclosure on the second floor. While we are generally comfortable with the proposal and certainly understand the zoning challenges that have had to be overcome here, we do feel that the massing of the addition is a bit complex and would benefit from simplification to reduce the number of plane changes in roof lines. We feel that this can be accomplished by reducing or eliminating the second floor rearmost extension of the master closet, which we feel would have minimal impact on the interior program and simplify the design of the addition. But overall, we are supportive of this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How about staff recommendations and comments?
This is a sensitive renovation that corrects many inappropriate alterations from previous years. The reconstruction of stair and landing and opening of the enclosed piazza bay on the second floor are positive changes. Little of the historic footprint of the hyphen and rear addition remains and has been altered since the 1955 Sanborn maps depicts. So although it's minimally visible, the second floor rear addition is awkwardly pieced together. We understand that the tree is dictating the design. So we are recommending conceptual approval with staff comments. Thank you.
Okay. Glenn, would you like to clarify or respond to staff or public comments?
No, thank you.
All right, so board discussion. Maybe Julia, I can't remember. Who wants to kick us off here?
Okay. Yeah, again, I mean, I understand that the tree is a mitigating factor and it's important, even though typically we're not supposed to judge visibility by trees, but it's just a little disconcerting that the addition to such an elegant original house has such a complicated form. So I think staff suggestion and especially Preservation Society's suggestion seem like they would be worth looking into, just to kind of simplify a little bit. But generally, awesome work.
All right, any other comments to tack on to that?
Glenn, I don't really have a whole lot to add to that. I'm certainly appreciative of the quality work they're proposing.
Yeah, this is Bill. I agree with the comments that have been made. I think, I believe Julia and the Preservation Society have made a good point. I guess what I would ask is, and staff in their acknowledgement that it's sort of an awkward massing, but then a recommendation for approval, is that because of the minimal visibility of that rearmost mass, is that why the recommendation for approval, because of the minimal visibility?
Yeah, that's accurate, Bill.
Okay. Anybody else want to tack on? So it sounds like basically it's coming down to whether it's just conceptual approval as proposed, or whether there's a board condition to, look at the second floor rear addition in some form or fashion, whether it's in the plane on the north, or I don't know. Julia, maybe I'll let you. Does anybody want to float a motion?
All right, I'll throw out a recommendation. A motion for conceptual approval with staff comments noted and a board condition to study simplification of the massing at the addition, particularly the second floor.
Anybody want to discuss that, or is there a second for it?
I mean, this is Bill. I'll second the motion.
Okay. All right, so Julia's made a motion for conceptual approval, staff conditions noted, and a board condition to study simplification of the massing of the addition, particularly the second floor. Bill seconded that. Did I get that right, Julia?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll call the vote. Bill?
Jay?
Sorry, is that Glenn?
Yeah, it's Glenn. Yeah. Would that
Hey,
be
Glenn.
final review by staff?
Staff didn't recommend that, right? I didn't miss that, did I?
That was probably an oversight on my part.
So, Kim, are you amending staff comments or staff recommendation?
Yes, please. Let's recommend final details to staff.
Review by staff. So let me go back then to discussion. We got a motion out there. Julia, do you want to amend your motion, or? Maybe we discuss whether it needs to come back given what the motion is about the, restudying the massing.
Remind me, I think that the dependency was coming back anyway, not that that's really germane, but I don't know. I kind of like to see it again. It could be detailed. Anybody else have feelings about that?
I missed your comment there, Julia. Did you say you thought staff would review the final details?
I said I'd like to see it again. I'm not demanding that. So I just been giving other people's thoughts, but I'd like to see it again, and I think it would be safe for them to go ahead and detail it for a final review.
Yeah, I mean, Bill, the motion that was on the floor made and seconded would have a board condition to simplify or study simplifying, the massing, which I imagine that could go in a variety of different directions. So the question is whether we're comfortable allowing staff to sort of have oversight over that, or should that come back to the board? I mean, not knowing the ins and outs like y'all do, I mean, just procedurally, it seems like we should see that again, given that it's sort of vague and the direction we're providing there, intentionally vague.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Jay. I guess if some clarity of expedition is required by the applicant to go to staff, and Julie, I don't want to read anything into what you might have been suggesting, but I think you were saying to maybe investigate that little rearmost portion if it was simplified back to the true two-story stacked massing that showed up. That's what I interpreted. And if it got to that, I would be comfortable with staff, reviewing and approving that. But if there's another solution somewhere in between, I hear what you're saying. So I guess what I'm trying to understand from the applicant's request is that clear to the applicant, that understanding? And if that's the case, then I believe staff could handle it. So I'm a little torn as to how the applicant's interpreting what was said. That's kind of what I wanted to ask.
I understand we need to restudy that facade and that massing, and the question is whether that work that out with staff or bring it back to the full board.
So, okay, so I appreciate some board comments about, basically, in my mind, do we want to see that piece again? How it gets worked out, or are we comfortable that it's so minimally visible and in the great scheme of things, a smaller, I don't want to say detail, but a smaller element that we're comfortable leaving it to the discretion of staff?
Yeah, how about following what Bill said? I mean, I do think it would be perfectly acceptable if that rearmost piece of the second floor were pulled back in. And so if the applicant is open to doing that and wants to go ahead and fully detail the final set and bring it to us, and we can approve it, which is, I mean, with all due respect to staff, sometimes it's faster that way because they're so busy. And if he wants to do something else, then I'd like to see that back. So either way, I'll just leave my motion as is.
Okay, so let's start back. So Julie's made a motion for conceptual approval with staff comments noted, and a board condition to study simplification of the massing at the addition, particularly at the second floor, period. Is there a second for that?
Actually, I believe I seconded that previously, Mr. Chairman.
You did. All right, so still valid? All right.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll call that for a vote. So Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor. So the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so the next agenda item is 49 Amherst.
49 Amherst is requesting the renovation of an existing residence, including modifications to piazzas, vertical extension of an existing non-historic one-story addition, and the new construction of a one-story hyphen and a two-story addition to the rear. The building is a Category 4 in the East Side neighborhood. Built circa 1885 to 1895 and in the Old City District. Here's a little context on the south side of Amherst Street between Hanover and America. Just some site photos from Google. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Hey, Aaron, you're on mute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, board members. Erin Lanier with Julia Martin Architects. I'll go ahead and start on the next slide. So number 49 is a two-story single house that was constructed around 1885. And it's the only structure that remains what was at one time 4 dwelling units on this very deep lot. As you can see from this aerial view at just over 1,200 square feet, it is quite small, even by Charleston standards, and certainly compared to the homes in the vicinity. Our clients are a young couple that have lived here for about 6 years and really like this home and this neighborhood, and they are looking to have children in the near future and would like to sensitively add a little more space to this house. Next slide, please. These are the Sanborn maps and the 1985 survey card and photo. And as the survey card mentions, the interior layout of this house is somewhat unusual. The house was originally constructed just 2 rooms deep with a central on-ridge chimney and an L-shaped stair in the rear room. And then sometime after 1955, an early 1-story addition was replaced with a 2-story addition at the rear. And that kind of results in a plan where the middle room on both floors has to be used for circulation. This leaves them with only 2 bedrooms and no real gathering space. And while we recognize it's somewhat awkward, we nor the owners wish to erase that historic configuration of the house. And so you'll see we're requesting instead to add a 2-story addition via a 1-story hyphen, and then vertically extend a small post-1985 addition just beyond the piazza. And one other thing, I realize the photo is really small, but I'll just point it out while we're on this sheet, is that this house underwent a series of renovations within the 20 years or so after this photo was taken, including significant unimproved modifications to the piazzas according to the BAR file by previous owners, of course. And we're requesting to correct some of those insensitive changes. And this photo just sort of makes it clear that there isn't a ton of historic material left there. Based on what we can see on site, it looks like the second floor ceiling and roof structure are the only visible historic components that remain, and we would certainly be keeping those. Next slide, please. So there are some, sorry. Here are some existing photos. You can see the house was originally the length of the 3-bay piazza, and then the 2-story addition with the parapeted roof was added after 1955, and that 1-story shed roof addition after 1985, both of which you can see there in the photo of the south elevation. And we're requesting to extend that 1-story addition vertically to create a proper 3rd bedroom out of what is currently basically a large closet. Next slide, please. These are just some precedent images of what we're looking to achieve with that vertical extension. And really, this paradigm is ubiquitous on the east side and certainly makes the most sense in our mind to make the existing space as functional as possible without having to cut into or modify the historic portion of the house. Next slide, please. This is our site plan, which shows we will be extending to the rear via a hyphen, which steps in 3 feet from the east wall of the house and 6 inches on the west, and then steps back out with a 2-story volume that would be the same width as the existing house. Just a couple of other things that I point out, the HVAC that's currently at grade would be moved to the roof. We're also requesting to replace their existing wind drive gates, which are falling apart, and then there will be upgrades to the hardscaping, which would be submitted separately. Next slide, please. So moving to the floor plans, you can see how you walk into the central room in the house, and because of the large fireplace and that stair, they're able to have a small table for 2, but not really anything much larger than that. The kitchen is in the rear, and that was a recent renovation project, so it'll stay as is. And then we'll expand from there to give them a proper dining room and living room. And then just in order to allow the front bedroom to function and everybody to be downstairs, we'll keep the bath and laundry room in the small addition behind the piazza, but we're reworking the fenestration to simplify the exterior and move that secondary entry to the rear. Next slide, please. On the second floor, they have a small den in that central room, but of course you have to walk through it to get from their bedroom to the bathroom. And it's of course quite removed from the kitchen where people would otherwise gather. They also have this small storage area, which is where that vertical extension of the existing 1-story bump out allows us to make better use of the space and create a proper bedroom. A new master bedroom would be located at the second floor of the new addition, and we're proposing a walkable roof above the hyphen that could provide easy access to the second floor of the historic mass. Next slide, please. Moving to the elevations, as I mentioned, we'll be reworking the piazzas, including replacing the second floor structure, which is placed oddly low in relation to the finished floor and sagging pretty dramatically. We'll also restore the piazza screen, reintroduce the transom over the door as seen on the survey card, and add a small canopy. And then we're looking to replace their drive gates with a new set of wood gates between brick piers. At the rear, you can see that one-story shed addition extends vertically, and then in the foreground is our new two-story volume, which steps down in deference to the historic mass. Next slide, please. So our west elevation really tells the full story, although admittedly you would never see it this way. We've cleaned up the piazzas, removing the extra railing from the central bay, adding new doors and vertical screening between the existing foundation piers. Then we have the existing addition that's been extended to the second floor, and the fenestration there is simplified. And I know the Preservation Society had some concerns about our roof line here, so since we submitted, we've actually studied that area further, and we think we can adjust that new roof to slope to the west and eliminate parapet at the side and rear so that the roof line is a little bit lower there. From there, we have the new one-story hyphen, which will function as a secondary entry into the kitchen and dining room, and then the new two-story volume, which drops down 2 feet from ridge to ridge. And when our clients initially came to us, they really wanted this new addition to comply with flood requirements, but that would have required us to go up 5 steps from the old to the new. So we knowing it was important to keep this subordinate, we really appreciate that they were willing to pursue a FEMA variance to have this all at the same finished floor level. And then we've pulled the plate height at the second floor down to 7 feet, which is basically as low as we can go and still maintain the required clearances at the stair and bathroom. In terms of materials, we obviously want the new addition to be complementary to the historic house, but also differentiated. So we're using 2/2 windows, a metal roof, and a narrower siding profile to do that. Next slide, please. I think there would have been one slide before that. There we go. East elevation, just really simple, respecting the neighboring property and also clearly allowing the evolution of the house to continue to read. And then I'll just end with the 3D studies on the next sheet, which we think show that this is a really respectful renovation and mostly hidden addition that will definitely improve the function of this home. This lot actually could legally support 3 dwellings today, so we think these sensitive modifications that allow the property to continue as a single family residence is really a great thing, not only for our clients, but the neighborhood as well. That is all I have, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions right now?
Real quick, Kim, can you go back to the second floor plan? Okay, so Erin, that's a rooftop terrace. That's why with the guardrails and everything I'm seeing there.
Correct, yes.
All right, if there's no other questions, is there public comment?
We have 2 speakers from the public. We'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll first.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We really appreciate the applicant reaching out to us on this project, and we feel this is a nicely designed and appropriate approach for an addition. As the applicant mentioned, we did convey a concern with the prominence and height of the parapet roof line of the vertical addition directly behind the piazza. And we appreciate the applicant's willingness to study different roof line solutions for reducing the perceived height. For example, it might work well to have a parapet at the front, dividing the piazza, and a low slope roof or 3-part hip behind to drop the eave closer to that of the piazza, but of course leave that up to the applicant to study, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
And next we'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Historic Charleston Foundation has reviewed the application for renovations at 49 Amherst Street, and we appreciate the applicant reaching out. We are in support of the application with the recommendation that the hyphen be pulled in on the west elevation to further differentiate this element from the existing structure. But we think it's a good project overall. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more public comment, how about staff comments and recommendation?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Aaron, can you please clarify your intention for the reconstruction of the piazza?
So based on just staying there, looking at it and looking at the PAR file, we know that the porch decking, the columns, and the railings are all circa like 2005 or newer. And the porch roof is the really the only part that seems historic to us. So I'm not saying that we're getting rid of all of that, because I think some of it might be worth keeping. But the main thing that we're concerned about is the floor structure at the second floor. Like I said, it's like really sagging, and it's about a 7 or 8 inch drop from the finished floor down to that porch. So we would like to reconstruct that porch structure, and then just essentially correct some of the materials that have been chosen in the past. Like railings are abnormally tall, and the porch decking is like 1x6 and things like that.
Thank you. So other than that, I guess our comments are now moot points, because they have addressed the concern of the piazza addition roof to be more subordinate with the piazza roof line. So we're recommending conceptual approval, final review by staff. Thank you.
Okay. Aaron, is there anything to address or correct in terms of the comments?
I don't think so. I may have be misunderstanding April's comment, but it seems like I don't know that anybody would perceive if we pulled in the hyphen another 6 inches because of the addition that would be in front of it, but I may be misunderstanding, and we're happy to study that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to board discussion. I can't remember, maybe Glenn, maybe you could help kick us off. One thing, if I'm following the conversation, there's been a change to the roof form and submission, and that's all been sort of agreed upon outside of this application. But if I understand that correctly, then maybe, you know, as part of a motion somebody eventually makes, we can address that so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. In other words, we're not just approving this. But in any event, Glenn or somebody want to kick us off?
No, I'm happy to. Just in brief, I'm encouraged by that part of the discussion, and I'm following right along with the staff comments.
Okay. Bill or Fillmore, any?
Fillmore here. I agree with Glenn. I'm in line with staff comments, and since apparently there is something underway to restudy the piazza addition roof to subordinate it and kind of relieve the pressure it puts on that piazza roof, or the restudying apparently the piazza, then I'm on board with conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff.
Okay, Bill, you're looking like you don't disagree there. Can somebody offer up a motion and maybe artfully sort of word so that we're capturing whatever's going on outside of the application here, you know, the back and forth?
I'm happy to take a quick stab, and then feel free to correct me if y'all think I'm being too simple, but I'm going to make a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions 1 and 2, with emphasis on the restudy of the piazza addition roof as discussed during the meeting, and final review by staff. And I understand that's just sort of me sort of emphasizing number 1, but it's kind of murky when it's verbal, but it sounds like they're already starting to tackle that.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, and I'm sorry to do it, but I just want to ask one very quick question. Is that driveway gate a new proposed gate, by the way? And is that part of this application, or is that an existing, what that there's on that rendering we just saw there?
That is proposed. So I think it's captured in the photos. They have an existing set of wood gates that are just really falling apart and nothing spectacular. And it's a really wide span there. So we're proposing to replace those with brick piers and then a lower wood gate that would provide a little bit more transparency between the street and their backyard.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that up. It wasn't discussed, so I want to make sure that if that was implied to be part of this approval, that the board had a chance to understand and deliberate that if needed.
It's got to contain the chickens, now that I see the chickens down here.
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, back to a motion that was started to be formulated. It was along the lines of conceptual approval, final read by staff, with staff conditions noted, and maybe a board condition to emphasize restudy of the piazza roof. Glenn, I know you said per the discussion. That's
Yeah.
Per, I don't know, per discussion. I don't know, meeting discussion. Is that sitting well with anybody enough to second it, or is there sort of clarifying language around that motion you want to hear?
I'm fine with it, and I will second. I just want to make sure, especially ask Glenn if he's okay with the driveway gate and configuration of all that.
I think it certainly appears to be an improvement. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay. So I'll put it up for a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
In favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, number 10 is 61 Reed Street.
Reed Street is requesting conceptual approval for the new construction of a duplex at front and a single family house at rear. It's in the East Side neighborhood in the Old City District. Here's an aerial for context. It's on the south side of Reed between Nassau and Hanover on this little awkwardly shaped lot. And here's the existing conditions. Some other site photos. This is looking east on Reed Street for a little context. And this one's looking west. The previous motion was deferral of House A for massing and general architectural direction, with staff comments 2 through 5 and board comment to avoid attempting to replicate an historic house. And then also the denial of House B as submitted per staff comments. And this happened on August 13th of this year. Some of the board comments, I struggle with A versus B, not opposed to B being different and have different materials. Info is missing to fully judge. Another board member said, don't want to discourage creativity. Rear can be an opportunity to be different, not to relate better as A and B. Another comment, agree with staff. General architectural direction of A is okay. The massing needs work. Pull back on the L form. It's tall, but not much taller than the streetscape. B is not subordinate, a few inches shorter, not as concerned about extending past A, but should be shorter. Another comment was building A could ease up on the traditional detail and B could be less contemporary, should be more congruous in composition, but not necessary of like style, but more compatible. Subordination of B in mass would help. And then lastly, A and B don't need to match, don't need to be duplicated. And with that, if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Kevin Hertdorfer, architect for the owner. As Ken mentioned, this was in front of you less than a month ago. Existing site, next slide. or so existing house on the site, which has been approved to be removed. Next slide. And the survey showing the same. Next slide. Again, the existing site plan. Next slide. So this is the proposed site configuration showing house A and house B. And the massing has generally stayed the same. We did pull in house B, as we'll see further down the road. Next slide. Existing zoning. Next slide. And the previous, one of the only previous plats showing just the existing configuration of the site, the house that was previously there before the one that was there currently that got removed. Next slide. View looking into the site from Reed Street. Next slide. View looking east on Reed Street with the existing house to be removed on the right. Next slide. View looking west on Reed Street, the existing house to be removed on the left. Next. This is the view from Nassau Street on the corner of Reed and Nassau. The lot is between to the right of the green building where the tree is. So you would get very limited, if any, view from the front house from this view. Next. South along Nassau Street, you might get a slice of a view into the lots between the houses on Nassau Street. Next slide. And this is the view along from South Street looking north into the back of the lot. You can, the tree, the large tree on the image is actually on the site. That will be removed to where house B is going. Next slide. So this is the proposal for the front house. Next slide. Previous proposed floor plan. Next slide. And currently proposed floor plan. So you'll notice that we pulled the L-shaped leg on the bottom in to align with the edge of the piazza porch. We also modified the front entry because of the proportions of the house, which we'll see down the road. Other than that, it's similar, very similar to what was proposed previously. Next slide. Second floor, previously proposed. Next. Next slide. I think we jumped a few, but so yeah, so second floor proposed, again, just showing the slight modifications, pulling the bottom L in. Next slide. Third floor, previously proposed, and then the next slide will show the third floor currently proposed, and the same for the next two slides, previous roof plan and the current roof plan. Again, not much modification here, similar materials, similar scale. So next slide. Here on the left side was a previously proposed elevation. On the right side is the current proposed. As you'll see, the rear L shape got pulled into a line with the two-story piazza on the right. And then in looking at the scale and mass of the Charleston single house, decided, because in looking at other historic buildings around town, decided to go with an entry with a front bay window on the first story, some shutters to be historically correct, and also appropriate to the massing of the house. I know some of the comments previously were that it was too historic and too ornate. I think there's a range of styles and a range of character and a range of ages in the neighborhood and on the streets. And I don't want to essentially design a mediocre house, whether it's historic, a traditional house, or a contemporary house. So I'm open to discussion, obviously, and willing to kind of weave this so that it is appropriate and there is a comfort level. But that's just the approach that the design team has taken. The west elevation, there's not much of a change, honestly, from what was proposed previously. Next slide. The south and east elevations, again, not minimal changes with the exception of just pulling that L shape in the back. And for some reason, that is not the porch. I'm just realizing this now, but that south elevation should not be showing you the piazza. So apologies for that. But it should be a wall similar to what was previously proposed. Next slide. Oh, one other comment was just to simplify the opening, the windows. So instead of having 6/6, we're looking at 2/2, just to simplify and kind of in keeping again with what we've looked at a little more closely in this style of a house around Charleston. Next slide. Previously proposed streetscape. Next slide. And current proposed streetscape. There on the elevations, there was a note showing the change in difference in height elevation. There was a minor increase, I think in the tune of 1.9 feet or so. Next slide. So now to the back building, next slide, house B. This is the previously proposed first floor plan, next slide. And the current, so on this one we shortened the length of the house just to pull it off the east side property line. Next slide. Previously proposed second floor plan, and next slide. And the current, so the appendage off of the front that incorporates the front entry also became a 2-story element on the house, which we'll see later in the elevations. Next slide. And the previous third floor, next slide. And the proposed third floor just showing, being able to capture more of the attic loft space. So next slide. Previous roof plan, next slide. And the proposed roof plan with showing a very simple pitch roof. Next slide. So here we have on the left again, the previously proposed elevation on the current. We're simplifying the architecture in the sense of making it more traditional materials, more traditional scale of window openings, and more traditional appearance. So we have a stucco exterior for the main volume, and then a shiplap, wood shiplap siding for the front entry 2-story portion. The windows we're not proposing them to be double hung, but they have a similar scale and view appearance of the 2/2 on the house A. Next slide. And the east and the east and south elevation showing the existing and previously proposed and currently proposed same materials and scale. The roof material for both houses we're proposing is standing seam metal. I believe, oh no, next slide. Which will show the previous streetscape, and then the last slide shows the proposed streetscape. And on this house, we actually lowered it down so that the front house increased about 1 foot 9 inches. The back house decreased by a couple feet, I believe, if not more, to just reduce the scale. And it got pulled in off of that east property line to minimize what you see from the street. And I believe that's all. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Any questions for Kevin right now?
This is Bill. Just one quick question, Kevin. That the back building, what's the wall siding material that you're thinking about?
Stucco for the main portion, and then the front entry element would be shiplap wood siding that is stained.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if there's no other questions, how about public comment?
We have 2 public speakers on this one. We'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll first.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society. The Preservation Society appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this project. While we feel the architectural direction of the rear building has improved, we continue to feel that the design of House A, or the front building, employs overly traditional details for new construction and should be restudied to better read of its time. While neighborhood examples should be referenced, we continue to feel that many of the details proposed, including turned balusters, rounded columns, and the proposed bay window, are too literally traditional. Per our previous comments, we feel the front and back buildings should better relate architecturally, and we hope that House A can be studied to better reflect the simplified and contemporary design direction of House B. And we also want to echo concerns voiced by the board at the previous review regarding subordination of the rear building, and feel a site section drawing, which we did not see provided in the materials, is necessary to understand the massing and height relationship between the buildings. So we would encourage the board to defer this request to allow the applicant to restudy the direction of the architecture of the front building and provide complete submittal materials. Thank you.
And second, we'll hear from April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for the new construction of a duplex at front and a single-family house at the rear. Overall, we're comfortable with Building A, and we appreciate the changes and improvements that have been made to Building B. We recommend conceptual approval. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other public comment, how about staff comments and recommendation?
Kim, you're on mute.
Sorry. Site sections are required for the board submittals. However, this was not provided by the applicant. This application should really be deferred for that reason. But moving forward, the 2 buildings should be submitted separately to the BAR so that one element or building doesn't stall the entire project. So our comments are as follows. On House A, rear intersecting mass should not extend past the plane of the piazza for board adopted staff comments. The scale in general supersedes the entire streetscape. Reduce the scale by lowering floor to ceiling and 3rd floor. The bay window is unsuccessful in proportion and scale. The depth is superficial and disingenuous. The element elevates the style of the house above that of the surrounding context. The rear column has an awkward connection to the intersecting mass and creates an illusion that the piazza was constructed first instead of concurrently. Exchange column with a pilaster so that piazza appears to be purposefully constructed. And finally, the fenestration is slightly unbalanced. Restudy, especially at the gable window. For Building B, staff comments were adopted by the board for the denial of the building. Comments 1 and 2 have been met. Our staff comments are, the board adopted staff comment number 3, which called for subordination to House A and extending the house beyond the eastern plane of House A, which has not been fulfilled. The board also adopted staff comment number 4, calling for more complete drawings and details to review, which also has not been fulfilled. And lastly, the board requested a site section in staff comment number 5, which was not included. So staff is recommending deferral with these staff comments noted.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Kevin, do you want to respond to staff and or public comments or clarify anything?
Yeah, I guess a couple things. One, just to reiterate the design approach around the front historic building. I think there is quite a range in wandering around the neighborhood of the east side along the streets with architectural styles, and obviously open to finding that balance, but not looking to design a historic structure that doesn't have quality to it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to board discussion then. I lost track of who starts, so maybe if I just volunteer, please.
Okay, this is Julia. I'll start. I feel like the proportions of the front house have improved, and personally, I think the rear intersecting mass has been clipped to a point that I'm comfortable with it. I'm still really perplexed why it's trying so hard to look historic, and I think staff is probably correct about the depth of that bay. I mean, it looks nice in the front elevation, but when you realize it's, I think, like less than a foot deep, it's probably going to look pretty odd when it's constructed. And then I feel like the design direction of the back house is much improved. I would just suggest maybe rethinking the powder room and the master bath layout so the primary front facade could actually have fenestration. And you know, the fact that it's a 2.5-story, 4-bedroom house gives me a little pause, but you know, I think if we had a site section and we're able to assess the relationship between the two structures properly, then it might be fine. I just can't quite tell.
I don't want to jump in.
This is Bill. I would say that, and real quick, can you go back to the staff's recommendations for building A very quickly? Thank you. I would say that regarding building A, thought maybe some of what was suggested before was kind of the building originally at the last of the middle was maybe a little too stylized, and in response to what I'm seeing, and especially in staff's comment number 3, mentioning the bay window in particular, but then the statement about the element elevating the style of the house, I think there are still some other elements that do the same thing. I believe that, at least I know from the intention of what I surmised from the first review was that some simplification of that style was what we were probably going to be looking for. And I think actually some of the elements that are introduced on the house in this iteration are actually even more high style. So I guess I was thinking of progression maybe towards a more, I guess I would say simpler version of some things, akin to a comment I made earlier about a different application, you know, making sure that it reads a period of 2020, not introducing styles of elements that, you know, we're trying to replicate high historic style elements for building A. Building B, I think, has progressed nicely. I think that I can get my head definitely around what's going on with the massing and everything. I think Julia's made some good comments on that regarding the fenestration. And I believe that definitely that site section would help, as sort of suggested before, would really help to pin down the relationship of these two buildings. I really, I think that should be a requirement, you know, for anything going forward.
Okay. Any other board comments?
Phil Moore here. I am almost in agreement with the comments of my fellow board members. I think the front house is getting very close. I agree with staff comments on the bay. And Julia's, I think that if you build that bay as thin as that, it's going to read really odd, for lack of a better term. I think the roof, particularly the roof lines on the bay and the architrave at the door on the north elevation are pretty high style for the house, and simplification of that I think is appropriate. And I agree with staff comments that there is some opportunity in ceiling heights to sort of minimize the mass of the house some. But I think in general, the architectural direction of the front house is going in the right direction. I also agree about the site section. It's very difficult to compare exactly what's going on the site without that.
Okay. I'm going to need some help trying to assimilate all these and take it a certain direction. Does anybody have a feel for what a motion might be, or?
I mean, I think it is necessarily going to be a deferral, but it's just deciding which staff comments to include. And just a quick clarification from staff. I assume that in your second comment for building B, when you reference complete drawings and details, you're just talking about like some material selection, just some, obviously it's a conceptual application, but just some indication of the materials we're looking at, right?
Yes, just a little more detail than what's provided.
Okay. I will say that I personally am not any longer bothered so much by the fact that the rear footprint extends a little further east than the footprint of the existing building, right? It doesn't even show up here as extending. I don't know what the site plan, I don't know if that's accurate, but so I might, all right, I'm gonna throw out a motion and see what happens. For deferral with staff comments for A, 2 through 5, and for B, 2 and 3.
Okay, does anybody want to add anything to Julia's motion or discuss it before we look around for a second?
I have a question. So Julie, you're in eliminating staff comment 1 on building B, that the fact that the rear house, excuse me, I have to keep shifting back between screens here. The fact that the rear house extends fairly significantly past the line of the front house, that's okay? Or do you think that should be restudied for some mitigation?
Well, now that I look more closely at comment 1 for B, it also talks about subordination. I was just articulating that I think they've clipped the length of it a little bit so that it doesn't project much if it does at all. I just don't think you're going to perceive that from the street. I think that particular issue is not that critical in my estimation, but we might want to leave it in there because it talks about subordination to house A. Can we just strike the second half of that number 1 for house B?
That would only be the first line of number 1, Julia, is that right? To clarify.
Yeah. Yes, which called for subordination to house A. I don't know. I'm trying.
Okay, yeah, I can split that.
For sake of discussion, why don't we let's just stop talking about B1 and just talk about a board condition to subordinate B to
Cool.
House A.
Cool.
I'm good with that.
Yes. Board condition, I need to say board condition to require site section and clarifies subordination of House B to House A.
All right, does anybody else want to comment on Julia's motion? Questions, et cetera, before we start looking for a second? No, all right, so here's Julia's motion was deferral with the following staff comments noted. As to building A, staff comments 2, 3, 4, 5. As to building B, staff comments 2 and 3. As to B, a board condition to clarify the subordination of building B to building A. And then I guess another board condition as to both B and A to require site sections. I get that right, Julia?
Correct, yes.
All right, is there a second for that?
Fillmore, I'll second.
All right, let's put it to a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next is 3 Legree.
3 Legree Street is requesting modifications to the hardscaping, including wrought iron fence and gate. The property is not surveyed in the Charlestown neighborhood circa 1850 Old Historic District. Here's an aerial for context, just north of South Battery on the west side of Legree. Just some existing site photos to get familiar. Oh, I'm frozen. Bear with me for just a minute. There we go. This image is looking south on Legree Street and looking north. Here's some historic images, 5 Legree with the same fence detail from 1986. And Sanborn maps from 1944 and 1951. And the previous motion from June 11th of this year was preliminary approval for overall layout, including removal of driveway wall, deferral of pedestrian gate and related hardscape for restudy, and more information on preservation of historic ironwork. Some of the board comments were agree with staff regarding driveway wall. Another comment was it's an important historic wall, would need more info on preservation of iron on the fence. Another comment is I understand the need for a pedestrian gate. Creative solution, more sensitive design, do not support removal of ironwork. And then lastly, another board commented, agree with need of more sensitive design, eliminating posts, not wall to do it, need preservation or restoration plan for section of fence for reuse, maybe pedestrian echoes driveway, restore rest of fence, and no new piers. Pedestrian gate is a reasonable request. And with that, if the applicant wants to take it from here.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Dee Sunner with Carolina Landscape. Thanks for having us again to take another look at adding in a pedestrian gate here at 3 Legree. First slide. This we've seen before, some of this just to repeat, just to show the historic value of the gate, that yes, it has been here through several of these plat surveys dating back to 1948. Next slide, please. This is not completely existing conditions, but this is just a recap of what was approved the last time we met as far as hardscaping and landscaping. What I really wanted to bring attention to here again is that the only entrance into the property is currently the vehicular gate. So all the more reason to take another stab at adding in a pedestrian gate for, you know, emergency, just access reasons. Next slide, please. Taking just a closer look at some site photos. Top left is the fence as it stands. Going on site again with Chris Frazier from Frazier Ironworks, we tried to hone in some more details as to what it meant to hold on to more historic items and restore the entire fence. So the section of fence we're looking at removing to turn into a pedestrian gate is a smaller section here. We wouldn't be taking out from post to post. Everything else outside of that red area there would remain on site and would be restored in place, and I can talk about that in a little bit. The vehicular gate down at the bottom is what we'd like to use and complement for aspects of the new pedestrian gate, especially areas where there was a stucco wall there. We want to add in that lattice to complement, and also a pedestrian scale scroll on the top. Picture all the way to the bottom right is just showing the fence looking out onto Legree Street. One thing we noticed on site, just looking at more detail, there's those cast iron fence toppers, and this is just a good image of them. There's 18 in total, and as you can see, they are not, some are missing, they're not evenly distributed. So Chris and I talked about taking those off, reusing them, and redistributing them evenly across the newly restored fence to just help with aesthetic appeal in general. Next page. Thank you. Here's just closer detail of those cast iron fence toppers. As I said, there's 18 of them. We would be proposing to use 17. That's kind of what fits into the new design and evenly spaced. Also noticing that the top rail is pretty detached for the majority of the fence. So in general, adding in a new top rail for the entirety of the fence. Places like the posts, we are leaving all the posts in place, but where they're disconnected, where the brackets have fallen apart and the pieces aren't, you know, the posts aren't intact, that would be part of the restoration process as well. As where some of the posts are not actually anchored into the ground anymore, we would cement them in so that they actually are a functioning part of the fence. One little detail over here on the bottom right is just a little clear of how we're gonna execute cutting out the section of fence, so picking a clean line down. So if you can imagine, everything to the right of this red line would stay in place. So little section, it's about 53 inches. To the left of the line would be what would be removed, brought back to the shop to be restored into a gate. And then obviously everything nearing that would stay on site as well. But being sensitive that we're trying to leave as much historic material on site as possible. Next slide, please. Just bringing back the attention that if we are approved to have this pedestrian fence, we'd like to have a walkway that connects to it. Obviously, this walkway doesn't make sense if we don't have that pedestrian gate, but just taking another stab at having that in. Same materials as before with bluestone and old Carolina brick. Next slide. Just again, trying to put the point across, we're just taking out that little section of red. Everything else on that fence would stay. Next slide. Thank you. The detail 3 here is a representation of what's existing. Some details I added from my previous presentation is where those posts actually are. You can start to see the delineation of the sections within the fence. The little circles on top, those would stay. You can start to see the arrangement on top of that of the fence toppers. And as you can see there, some are missing. So it'd be nice if we're restoring this fence in its entirety to reuse those and reapply them evenly. That little red section there is what we'd be removing, and you can see what Chris is drawing on detail 4 and mine on detail 5 of what we'd be looking to change that section into. So adding a scroll on top so that it mimics the driveway, but in pedestrian scale, and then doing lattice work on the bottom. Again, that red section is the only portion that would be removed and brought back to the shop, and then everything else would be restored in place. Even adding of 2 by 2 inch posts that would essentially be the frame for the fence, and then the gate would hook onto that. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any board questions for Dee right now? All right, how about public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, how about staff comments and recommendation?
The method of repair concerns the staff. The fence may not be able to be reworked if completely removed and should be repaired in place. The details of how the gate will be inserted into the proposed area needs to be fully documented, including location detail and material of posts. Perhaps align the gate with one of the existing posts. Maybe that might make it a little bit more sensitive. And provide further information on preservation of historic ironwork per board directive. Staff's recommending deferral with staff comments noted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Dee, do you want to respond to staff comments or clarify anything?
Yeah, 1 second here. I talked with Chris how he would be repairing the fence in place. He said he would laying a tarp on the sidewalk, wire brushing, scraping and grinding some areas on the fence before repainting. Attachment points will mostly be done by welding things back together and anchoring the post into the ground with the cement. And then he just said no special notes on grade of materials because it's just iron.
Okay, thanks. So let's go to board discussion. Glenn, I think I left off with Julia the last one. Maybe could you help kick us off here?
That's fine. I probably should have asked this during the question, but plan-wise, can we go back to where the gate goes? And this is relating to staff comment number 3. I'm just trying to tell, are they centering, or D, the question that I have is, are you centering the gate on the front face of the house, or I'm just trying to tell whether it makes sense or not to cheat the gate left or right to go over to a post as staff recommended in number 3.
Sure. It actually works out where the fence, the gate would be centered on those 2 posts, and that does fall, like as you can see in this picture, bottom right, it falls pretty center onto that. And this is a little further, it falls center to those windows there. It also falls in between 2 palm trees, so we're not having to take out any vegetation with it as well.
Okay.
I know that one of these posts is not, I want to say the left one is not even in the ground right now, but obviously we fixed that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've just struggled a little bit with, I completely understand that that third comment from staff. I'm just wondering if it's better to attempt to rely on one of those posts to be the gate post, or whether they are actually able to structurally be the post, or, you know, is it better to just remove one panel, tweak your design a bit and have two new, I think you were calling for 2-inch iron posts that become the gate post, and then we only would lose one original panel of fencing in full. And I know we can't really mandate storing something on site, but I'm just sort of trying to figure out a way to only affect one panel and to get what you're after, which is a pedestrian gate. I mean, I think that this application has made improvement on the last one. And at the end of the day, we just have to be really careful that we're not losing a fabric, that, there is not a lot of this type of fencing. And I am supportive of your proposal to take some of these little cast decorative toppers and redistribute those and place them where they're missing. I think I really kind of want to hear what the other board members say about the best approach to sensitively getting your gate in here.
This is Julia. Glenn, maybe I'm missing something you're saying, but it seems like they're only touching one panel now, right? They're just opting to put the gate in the middle of it.
That's right, Julia. It's just a matter of whether they're key, or at least maybe I'm reading the drawing wrong, but it's a matter of whether you're then cutting that panel and inserting new posts, and so you end up with these two little slivers of panel, or not. I mean, that's sort of where I'm conflicted, to be honest with you.
Gotcha. Well, personally, I think I am okay with this. And like you're saying, if we ask somebody to store that panel somewhere for some future eventuality where it gets put back and they close their pedestrian gate, I think it would be highly unlikely that that would ever happen, or that that it could be preserved somewhere secret.
Yeah.
So I think this is all right. And you made the point, Glenn, that you don't think the existing posts really have the structural integrity to support this gate. So I think they've kind of mitigated that by pulling their new posts in. And I do think it will be a nice gate if it incorporates some of that existing woven iron. And I know that Chris Frazier is a very capable iron worker. So I think I'm okay with this. And I know they need a place for someone to walk to their house rather than having to climb over cars. So I think it's fine myself.
D. Center, can I make a comment, or is it not my time?
Yeah, hang on a sec, D.
Okay.
So, all right. So any other board discussion want to layer on Glenn's and Julia's comments?
Fillmore here. Yeah, I mean, I think the drawing indicates that Chris is going to cut that panel and insert new post to support the gate, because I think it may be impractical, depending on the condition of those posts, to expect the existing ones to expect that they would support the gate. And yeah, I think if it's done really carefully, he can probably get away with carefully cutting those and welding them back onto the posts, the new posts. And then my understanding also is then that removed section, and it's just for the applicant, correct me if I'm wrong, that new section then becomes the fabric in the gate. Is that correct?
Correct, except where we have to add.
Yeah. And so the section that you're removing becomes the fabric within the framework of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looking at the photographs, I think if the repairs to the bulk of it are done first, and that section that's going to be cut is carefully assessed and repaired before it's taken out, I think that could be successful if it's done appropriately. So I know we don't have a lot of detail about procedure here, but I'm not sure that's our purview.
Yeah, and to that point, Fillmore, I guess the little bit that I've struggled with is the drawings we have are not overly detailed. And so we also can't, fully mandate who they work with. I have confidence that Chris Frazier can do a good job on it. I think I would like for staff to be given a little bit of detail with regard to the math of what pieces stay it, with a pattern, if you want to call it a pattern of this kind of a mesh iron. The detailing of that gate, I think, needs to be exacted where you end up with a full or a half piece of the pattern as Chris then cuts it. You're cutting it down, does the top thickness of the new gate rise a little above the existing rail cap to be able to incorporate a full piece of the pattern? It's just a little bit of stuff like that, obviously staff can't be standing on site. And I feel like we can't just sort of turn it loose, if that is a fair way to say it.
Okay, Glenn, I'm going to throw in real quick. This is Bill. I was going to throw in real quick. I was going to suggest potentially a shop drawing for the gate because the scroll work, everything, it's sort of loosely depicted. But I think if we had a real shop drawing, it would be much more illustrative of the actual, incorporation of the panel and configuration of the gate. Would be very, very helpful.
Totally agree.
What I was going to suggest would be a proper submittal to staff to review.
That plus maybe a list of the sequence of the process of preservation and alteration. I agree.
I think that's excellent.
That almost sounds like a
drawings and repair sequence. Appropriate.
Bill, was that a motion?
Why not?
I was going to let the landscape architect take care of this one.
You're welcome to.
You made a lot more other points than just that, so I would be more comfortable if you could do it, Glenn. Or Julia, you made some good points too. If one of you guys could do it.
Okay, well, I'll take a stab. And so staff was recommending deferral. I guess it doesn't really matter what that terminology is. So I'm going to go along with staff with a motion for deferral with staff comments 1, 2, and 4 with a board request for shop drawings and documentation for the exact methods of repair and construction of the new gate with reuse of the existing panel, showing the exact measurements of those iron pieces, and then final review by staff.
This is Bill. I'll second that.
Where's our leader?
Yeah, I think you're on mute.
Make sure your microphone is connected, whatever is picking up.
Jay, can you hear us?
He's either in deep thought or he's frozen up.
Yeah, it's not moving at all.
Can we deputize somebody to take the role?
Well, I am Vice Chair, can I assume just although the problem is I made the motion, Alex, would I then be allowed to call for a vote on my own motion?
I think technically no.
So
I would say no.
I would say that I can rescind my motion if another board member would like to make a similar motion. Is that fair?
Okay, I'm gonna try to do that.
Because poor Jay doesn't seem to be moving at all right there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion for deferral with staff comments 1, 2, and 4, and board requirement to provide a thorough shop drawings and to clarify details and sequence of repairs and alteration.
All right, Julia's made a motion. Is there a second to her motion?
Bill, Bill, you want to second it? You seconded the other one. Bill Moore, I will second the motion.
Okay, Phil Moore has seconded the motion. Bill, what is your vote?
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
The Vice Chair votes in favor with the group 4-0.
Thank you.
I think, Julia, did you have final review by staff on that?
Oh, shoot, I meant to. Is it too late?
We just won't take it back to the board.
There you go.
Okay.
I hear beeping. I don't know if Jay is trying to get back in.
I don't see him. Yeah, if he, I don't know if it kicked him out or if he logged out to try to get back in, but I would expect he's probably trying to, oh, here he is. Hold on.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I hate this computer. All right, I actually heard your motion. So, all right, good. Sorry about that. 12 is, let's go to 11 Anson.
11 Anson Street is requesting final approval for garden improvements, including a new brick driveway, brick drive entry, columns with wrought iron gates, wrought iron pedestrian gate, and landscape lighting. Building is category 4 in the Charlestown neighborhood, circa 1850, and in the old and historic district. Here's the aerial image depicting where it is on the corner, nearly the corner of Anson and Pinckney. And here's some existing site photos from Google. And here you can see the driveway in question. Here's looking south on Anson Street toward Pinckney and looking north on Anson Street. Sanborn maps from 1902 and 1944 depict the same conditions. And with that, if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Cheryl Cave with Wertimer and Klein. We are working with Ms. Jernigan on proposed garden renovations, which include new brick paving and drive entry gates. These are photos of the existing site conditions showing the existing brick drive, which consists of salvaged half bricks with modern mortar, and the current wood drive entry gates. Next slide, please. Next. This site plan shows the existing conditions and the extents of brick paving that we're proposing to remove and to rework. Next slide, please. This is our proposed plan with garden renovations. This plan shows our new proposed brick driveway and pedestrian paving, which will be Old Carolina handmade brick. This plan also shows the new brick drive entry columns with reclaimed Philip Simmons wrought iron gates that the homeowner has sourced. At the back of the piazza, we have a new wrought iron pedestrian gate and fence. And then lastly, in the back right corner of the property, we're proposing to replace the existing lattice enclosure with a new solid tongue and groove enclosure. Next slide, please. This shows the detailing for the new right angle herringbone brick paving and specifies the Old Carolina handmade brick. Next slide, please. These elevations show the new drive entry columns with the wrought iron gates shown on the bottom right corner. These are original Philip Simmons construction. The bottom left elevation is the proposed pedestrian gate and fence at the back of the piazza. And also at the top right is the section of the proposed brick column. Next slide, please. This is a detail for the new enclosure to replace the lattice enclosure at the back right of the property, which would be tongue and groove carpentry construction. Next slide. This is our proposed planting plan. Next slide. Next slide. And then finally, we're proposing low voltage landscape lighting, which includes path lights at the driveway and a few uplights in the tree that will be trees that will be planted in the back terrace. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Cheryl? Okay, somebody's gonna ask a question.
Yes, Fillmore here. Question of the applicant. Did I hear you correctly that you said the proposed driveway gates are some Philip Simmons gates that the owner acquired?
Correct. They've sourced them. They haven't purchased them yet, pending approval for the new entry.
Thank you.
Okay, Alex, there's no public comment, right?
Correct, no public comment.
Okay, so
Jay, I didn't chime in time. I just had one question about the lighting.
Sure.
So Cheryl, on the lighting, I know we've kind of been back and forth on lighting recently. Have you all already worked to try to kind of tone the lighting down a little, or how did you decide on the two uplight fixtures?
So at the back, we were thinking that since the trees that we will be planting will be fairly large and sizable at the time of installation, that they would really be canopy trees at the time of installation. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to provide light and circulation, since that back is a little bit tight and it does also service that back utility area.
Okay. Thank you.
Kim, how about staff comments and recommendation?
Kim, you're on mute.
Sorry, my apologies. Just a couple comments. The excessive lighting is inappropriate, and uplighting is generally reserved for grand trees or specimen trees. So eliminate all uplighting. The driveway gate is very ornate for a row of otherwise unadorned gates along the streetscape, which are much simpler wood or iron material. And lastly, the after the fact issues to execute the reparative work should be fully completed prior to final approval granted. The staff's recommending conceptual approval with staff comments and final details. Thank you.
Okay. Cheryl, you want to address staff comments?
I would say that regarding item number 2, there are a few examples along that street of wrought iron fencing as noted, and even the church that's at the corner of Anson and Hazel has very similar detailing, and even Theodora Park, I think, has a Philip Simmons gate that has very similar detailing. So that would be my comment on the detailing for that. You know, we're willing to tone down the lighting as is appropriate for this site.
Great. All right, so board discussion.
This is Bill. I guess a couple of points. I do see the purpose of staff's comment number 2, but I do believe there are some ornate examples definitely up higher up on Anson. This row of houses on Anson is fairly unassuming and fairly tight. But I would hate for those gates to end up like somewhere in Mount Pleasant or something like that. So I'm pretty happy with the idea of Philip Simmons gates and more green space on this property. I'm very encouraged by the whole thing. And I do see the point about the lighting. I think that's something that potentially maybe you guys could discuss a little further. But as far as the gate goes, I definitely would rather see it downtown on the peninsula than somewhere else. And also definitely encouraged by the introduction of more green space and plantings on the property. So I feel pretty positive about the project.
This is Juliet. I agree with that. I was going to ask for quick clarification of comment 3. I think this is a property that we visited a couple times 2 or 3 years ago about the back addition and some after the fact stuff. Is that what you're talking about, Kim, that needs to be addressed prior to doing this work?
Yes. I wasn't privy to that project, but if Alex can speak on that. Alex, if you have any additional information.
Yes, that project, the after the fact review is what we're referring to there. And that work was approved and given final approval at a staff level, I think about a year ago, and has not been undertaken yet. And I understand that the owner has some legal issues that are being worked out, but we want to see that completed before moving forward with this at final.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, were you done, Julia, or no?
No, I'm done.
I guess the reason I was asking Cheryl about the lighting, I know it's sort of been an ongoing discussion, and I feel like we as a board and the city need to come up with a little more of a system of reviewing landscape lighting, because in cases like this, when the lighting isn't right on the street, if the board or if staff has a way to mandate perhaps a wattage maximum so that it doesn't become offensive to neighbors, I think soft landscape lighting, I mean, in looking at their plan, in my mind, it's not overbearing. It really boils down to how bright is it. And so I think it's more of a quality versus quantity thing. I would hate to have fewer fixtures with greater wattage as opposed to the fixtures they've proposed with a more soft look. And so I don't have an issue with it as long as the wattage of said fixtures is kept in a very subdued manner.
Good point, Glenn. I'm gonna just go ahead and, unless anybody else needs to say something, I was gonna go ahead and throw out a motion for conceptual approval with staff comment number 3 and a board condition to specify the wattage of the proposed lighting, which we want to be low.
So something like specify and minimize to the extent possible wattage. I mean, basically tell us what it is and try to keep it as low as possible.
Sure.
Final review by staff.
Yes.
All right, so Julie's made a motion for conceptual approval with staff comment 3 and a board comment to specify and minimize wattage to the extent possible with final review by staff. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
This is Bill. I'll second that.
All right, I'll call it for a motion. Yeah, so Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor, it passes unanimously. Next agenda item is 90 Trad.
Trad is requesting final approval for the reconstruction of piazza screen door for documentation. The building's a category 3 in the Charlestown neighborhood circa 1890 in the old and historic district. Here's an aerial image of the property in question on the north side of Trad Street between King and Meeting Street. Some existing site photos depicting the property from Google. Here's a historic image from the 1973 survey card. And with that, the applicant wants to take it from here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Julie.
Hey, how's everybody? Okay, so as Kim stated, this application is for a piazza screen at 90 Trad Street. Next slide, please. In these images, the two on the bottom left are today photographs. The next two are showing today of 90 Trad and 92 Trad specifically. And then the bottom right is a historic image from the Historic Charleston archives of 92 Trad Street. And in the little right-hand corner, you can see 90 Trad. And there is a piazza screen there. In addition to that, and with the image that Kim showed you from the survey file, you can see that there were also turned columns on the house before, and those are no longer there. So at some point, the piazza screen was removed, the columns were changed out. So this piazza has certainly seen a few changes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what we'd like to do is rebuild the piazza screen. You can see that we're sort of going with a pediment style with a fan light and a door. And this style is, certainly seen along Trad Street quite often and particularly attractive to my clients. So that's why the design was chosen. In that historic image, you can see that there was a hood and it was a little bit more understated. However, it also, like I said, had skinny turned columns and different detailing completely. So I believe that this detailing is quite appropriate with the new style of the piazza that was done at some point after that survey card was taken, or survey photo. So that's the project.
Okay, great. Does anybody have a question for Julie right now? No? How about any public comment?
We have one speaker from the public, and we'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Conceptually, we are supportive of this proposal to reconstruct a piazza screen and door for this property. However, we would ask that the design be studied a little bit further to better reflect the elements that we find visible in the documentation provided that we feel would be more stylistically appropriate for a circa 1890 house. The proposed design incorporates a more Greek revival style influence, while the corbelled entryway visible in the historic photograph appears to draw from the Italianate style, which would be consistent with the house's period of construction. So for this reason, we would just ask that the application continue to be studied and potentially deferred for this reason. Thank you for considering our position.
Okay. Alex, any other public comment?
No other public comment.
All right, how about staff comment and recommendation?
Yeah. Per the historic photographs included in Ms. O'Connor's submittal, the hood and the door surround should be of a simpler design, eliminating the pediment and fan light transom and replacing with a bracketed hood over a typical 3 or 4 light transom. So the staff's recommending conceptual approval with staff comments noted.
Okay, thanks. Julie, is there anything you want to clarify as to staff and or public comment?
Yeah, you know, my clients are definitely open to staff's suggestion. You know, their main goal is to, you know, have the piazza screen and the door. My only argument would be, again, just back to the fact that, you know, that all of the detailing on this piazza has been changed. And that I do think that the style that we've designed is appropriate to the new style of the piazza. But again, my clients are very happy to, you know, sort of follow staff's recommendations as well.
Okay. All right, so let's go to board discussion. Anybody want to kick us off on this one?
Could I start with just asking that we pop back over to the survey card to the photo?
Is there any way to zoom in, Kim?
No.
No.
That's asking a lot.
Okay. All right. I don't want to lose you. Like I lost myself there. So all right, there you go.
Let's see. Not much better.
Yeah.
And the survey card really shows those turned columns better, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The survey photo, Kim?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show the piazza screen, but because that had been removed at that point, but
You have it.
it does show those turned columns that aren't there anymore.
This is Bill. I'll go ahead and kick in. I'm always encouraged when you can find historic photographs that show evidence. Number one, there was a piazza screen, and obviously I would have suspected there would have been. And I do agree with staff's comments and this comments from the Preservation Society that we do have some good photographic evidence of what they were. I appreciate the applicant's position of context, but I believe there's some similar style hoods even on these sort of heavier columned piazzas as well. So I'm very encouraged to support a piazza screen. I just think that per staff's comments, the detailing could be a little more appropriate to the historic documentation that we have in place.
Okay.
Kind of similar to that one we saw on Euphane and Ashley with the transom, where they found a photo.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other comments to layer on to Bill?
I agree with Bill. I am completely supportive of the concept, and I would be comfortable with Julie working with staff on a final detail unless they were to reach an impasse. So if anybody opposes, is everybody okay with me making a motion to that effect?
I'm ready for it.
A motion for conceptual approval with staff comment number 1 for final detail coordination with review by staff.
Okay, so, all right, so Glenn's made a motion, Julia seconded it. Let's see, Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor. Motion passes unanimously. And now we're on to
Thank you. Good night.
Sam. Now we're on to 44 Church.
'44 Church is requesting conceptual approval for the renovation and alterations, including modifications to windows and doors and enclosure of roofed areas. The building's a Category 4 in the Charlestown neighborhood circa 1800 in the Old and Historic District. Here is a context aerial at the corner of Church and Water. And just some context photos. This is the Church Street elevation and the Water Street elevation. Northeast and the southwest rear elevation. Here's some historic images from the 1973 survey card with a great car. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Kim, I think it's Jay on, Jay Quarles. Is he on the call?
Let me check.
He's going to be presenting this. I think he was doing it by phone.
Okay, let's see. I see one call in, but I don't see his number. But we can check in with the person who called in and see if it's Jay.
Hey guys, good evening. This is James Quarles with Bow County Architects. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, great. Sorry, I've had to dial in. I wasn't able to stay on the Zoom all evening. I had just a couple engagements. My wife's birthday. But we'll bear with me and we'll talk about this great little house on 44 Church Street. I think we're all pretty familiar with it. I've probably spent the last 6 years walking past it at least once a week up to lunch. As we all know, Water Street has some water problems. And this renovation is kind of in, with the recent sale of it, the wonderful owners are looking to renovate it without doing too much to it, but addressing some of the flood issues in the house. If you go to let's see, Kim, if you can go to just the first kind of bird's eye view of the house. If you're there, that's great. And so you can just see how low it is to the street in this bird's eye view compared to the houses around it right on that corner. And just how really tiny it is to the rest of the houses. It originally was a kitchen house to the neighbor two doors down at one point. And I think it was a pretty simple building possibly without porches, without any of the decorative ornaments. And then when the Chisholms purchased the property, kind of pre-Depression times, they kind of addressed the ornamentation, changed out to a more uniform window, added stairs, a more ceremonial stair inside, and then over time made some significant additions to the house. Although it significantly altered the structure. And we can just go through the next bird's eye view and kind of go to the Sanborn map. You can see the Sanborn map from 1888, just a pretty simple two-story structure with some small porches. And then as it progressed over time with the adaptation of the car, a small garage was built in the back. And then, and probably along at the same point of time as the major renovations to the house. The next slide is a great historic photo from Mr. Johnston. And wonderful image that you can see is the enclosed porch on the second floor is actually open, but infilled with just open louvers. So it's definitely just a little sleeping porch. And we're kind of maintaining that history of that porch enclosure and bringing back some of the louvers on some of the windows. The next slide is just 2 historic photos of kind of documenting the change of the first level shutters, where they changed from louvers to the crescent moon. Just thought that was interesting to see this kind of change in those 3 photos. And then the next slide is just some of the real estate photos showing the house with a wide angle lens. Some of the elements are pretty tough to capture. The first photo in the upper left is just, from that Water Street elevation. And then the second photo in the upper right is from the courtyard with the fisheye lens. And you can see the existing dormer up there. What you can't see is just a small existing chimney to the right of that dormer, completely obstructed by the pretty deep enclosed porch. The bottom left photo is of the little parking spot, and then some of the additions that they've made over time. Some are not architecturally great, and some, as we get into construction, we'll have to address some structural issues and some waterproofing issues. The last photo is of the brick floor that's in kind of the main living space underneath the enclosed porch. We are proposing to raise that floor to the same level as the main house. We feel that is a great way to buy us a little bit of time of water management. I think the owner and we are still aware that this house has been under more water than that. In our site plan on the next slide is kind of the existing site plan. As you can see, kind of original house and then some additions off to the side, and then just a funny little kind of niche off to the right between the garage and the main house. It has a 16-inch door. It's covered. Both little areas are covered, and it's just a water management nightmare as water spills over the gutters and then kind of falls back into that area. We're proposing to enclose that along with a little door overhang, little porch at the garage. On our next slide on A0.2 is our proposed site plan. And what we're proposing in this is those 2 enclosures, building some brick steps for some new proposed doors, and then raising the existing brick terrace underneath the porches. In our floor plans, on the left is our existing floor plan, and to our right is our proposed renovation plan. And you can see just kind of some of these spaces, you can kind of see the history in there where, first was the small kitchen area to the right of the small 2-room building, and then the porch enclosures, and then the garage, and then the connection, or maybe the garage was next, and then the porch enclosures and the connection to those. It's pretty tight in there. It's actually a relatively small house for the area. And so we're proposing to improve that, relocate the door from the garage, from the parking spot into the house, from the garage to the side hall, making it less visible from the street, adding a few windows, small wood single glazed windows, kind of some either matching the existing size since that dominates the house, or just smaller and secondary. As you can see, we're remodeling the enclosed porch out to our garden, adding some windows and doors, bringing that light and connection to the landscape. Second floor, we really don't change too much other than removing 2 windows on the enclosed sleeping porch and replacing that with shutters. And then our third floor, we are proposing we have a very odd asymmetrical gabled dormer up there. Right now, currently it has plexiglass in it. And we're proposing a second dormer, symmetrical on the side, and then a small shed dormer in between, connecting the 2. And that shed dormer, really, its primary motive is to provide some life safety. We've got a condition on that third floor where you climb up the stairs like you climb up a ladder, and then you have to climb off the stairs into the third floor, and we don't have the headroom at the moment or a landing spot. And so we're proposing providing that landing as small as we can and low as we can, probably not code conforming, but providing it so we can safely get into that third floor, those third floor bedrooms. Onto our elevations, you can see on the Water Street elevation, most of the changes are off to the left, where we're proposing to change out the windows, the 3 casement windows to a single matching double hung, and then further back, push back at the garage, changing that door to a couple of 4-light windows. On the next slide of the Church Street elevation, most of the improvements are off to the right, kind of behind the fence, behind some trees, proposing renovations to the garage, and then changing out some of the non-original, probably pretty recent, maybe as recent as the 80s, French doors, changing those out to French doors with side lights, and then raising the brick terrace. Next slide on the garden elevation, the south elevation, 2.3. Just looking at our improvements to the porch enclosure that bumps out, well, excuse me, it's the first floor porch enclosure that bumps out in front of the second floor porch enclosure. We're proposing to bring in some new fenestration, some new doors, kind of more appropriate doors, kind of those small, tight little Charleston doors with glass to the bottom, and then bring in a small copper awning above it, very lightly touching the existing siding, just to shed water and protect the doors. And then removing one window in the enclosed second floor porch area off to the left. And then third floor, you can see that shed dormer between our one proposed dormer and the existing dormer. The proposed gable dormer will match it entirely and then the shed dormer will push it as far back as we can, encapsulating some of that existing chimney, but just about 4 inches in front of it. Lastly, the east elevation, just some small improvements, extending, it's mostly flat roof over there, extending the existing roof deck towards the garden, and then changing that door, putting that little copper awning over there as well, and then adding some new shutters to some existing windows that don't have them. And we'll match the crescent moon shutters, the solid panel, but we won't add the moon, just to help tell the story of that this isn't a renovation or addition to the historic property. I'm happy to field any questions, and I thank you all for staying late and taking these projects on, listening to us. That's all.
Thanks, James. Anybody any questions right now? Okay, while you think of your questions, how about we go to public comment?
We have 2 speakers in the public. Let's go to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We greatly appreciate the applicant reaching out to us on this project, and we are generally comfortable with the proposal. However, we are a bit apprehensive about the introduction of a shed dormer in addition to a second gable dormer. And we understand the interior challenges, but we would ask that if at all possible, the applicant continue to study options to further reduce its visibility. Thank you.
And second, we'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has met with the applicant and has reviewed the application for conceptual approval. Overall, we support the submitted request for 44 Church Street. The windows on the Church Street elevation in the current kitchen location appear in the 1937 photo. We therefore consider these windows to be historic and recommend not allowing this change. We recommend conceptual approval of this application. Thank you.
Okay, Kim, how about staff comments?
Changes proposed are mostly sensitive. Modifications to openings. Rear dormer expansion exaggerates an already insensitive and inappropriate modification. Eliminate the portion in between the dormers. Submit cut sheet materials for openings for final review. Staff's recommending conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. James, you want to clarify any staff or public comments or respond to anything?
Sure, I'll take a moment. And I would like to thank Anna Catherine from Preservation Society and April Wood from Historic Charleston. They gave a lot of their time over the phone to discuss this project. Looking forward to meeting in person in the future to review these things. Regarding the shed dormer is pretty important from just a life safety point of view, especially if there's beds up in those third floors. We would encourage to consider maybe an on-site meeting to see the vantage viewpoints from Church Street where those dormers will be, as we're going to push those as far back as possible, and then of course match materials of the existing dormer. Same cornice line, and we could consider maybe some other alternatives where it's just kind of a metal dormer, but I think with all the kind of added ornamentation and detailing of this building, we're kind of sticking with that at this moment. That's about it.
Okay, great. So let's go to board discussion. Anybody want to volunteer to kick us off here?
I'll start, and I have a late question for the applicant. Did you explore the option of having that attic stair kind of switch back in the space you have there, so that it went up to a landing and then kind of turned and went the other way? I know it would impair the ceiling height below it, but do you think that's at all feasible?
It's a, you know, as for a house downtown, with this being a kitchen house, it's surprisingly tight. And where that in the floor plan, if you look at 1.2, the stair actually bumps out into like the enclosed porches. And so as you're going up the stairs, it already is kind of eating into the roof framing. And so when we get with we just don't have the head height to switch back. We could potentially change the treads at the top to not switch back, but to kind of have a couple of diagonal treads to reorient the stair. However, I think to pull that off, we'll still need a little bit of the headroom with the small shed dormer in between the two gable dormers. I think, honestly, I think, and I don't have photos of it at the time. I've seen this condition on Sullivan's. I've seen it done poorly, where they bring the shed dormer all the way to the face of the existing gable dormers. And I think there might be one across the street or right around the corner that they've done this as well. So it's not atypical. It's something there is precedent for.
Let me just ask one more question. Did you give any thought to redesigning the existing dormer, which is so clearly, you know, of a not very elegant vintage?
It is a very awkward existing dormer, because we studied the fenestration of what could have been there. We think it was kind of a 3-window, kind of a Palladian style window, and we don't really have a lot of information other than what's there, and then the plexiglass in it's not really helping. Changing that, we would start cutting into or removing some of the existing roof, which You know, we're already doing that with some other stuff. We could definitely look at reconfiguring that dormer to a more appropriate kind of furniture-like dormer that sits nicely on the roof instead of the heavy entablature that it has. And then we could carry that across to the other proposed dormer as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, generally, I didn't really have any issues with this design at all. Just some minor questions, maybe about fenestration choices, but generally, I'm supportive. And I'm curious what other board members think about the dormer situation.
Fillmore here. Julie, I agree with staff that it's awkward, and if you could, as you suggested, if you could rethink the existing dormer, and that would give you the opportunity to create a better general concept across that roof to try to get that headroom. I agree with staff. I think the little shed roof dormer in between those two awkward dormers is not ideal.
Anybody want to tack on anything else to those comments?
I was looking, I was on Google Earth trying to figure out, I remembered a shed dormer scenario at, I think it's 5 Legree from a few years ago. And I was looking to see how that had been done, but it's a larger shed dormer that I think was inserted between 2 old dormers. But it doesn't physically connect to the 2 other dormers. For whatever reason, I had in my mind that something kind of sort of similar had been done, but I guess it's different enough that I'm not going to draw a connection between the 2.
Okay. So is there enough, somebody want to take a stab at how to describe, you know, the issue on the roof, whether it's sort of restudy the shed dormer or, you know, study the entire dormer system, if you can call it that, on the roof, or how do you want to describe that?
I mean, in my mind, the calculation sort of is that if they want to mirror the existing dormer and kind of let that lead the way, then I think they should improve that design before they replicate it on the other side of the roof. And if that were done well, then possibly a minimal connection between the 2 for safety reasons could be palatable.
Anybody want to comment on that? Want to buy into that or suggest something different?
I don't disagree with that. I mean, to me, Julia, that's sort of giving perhaps a way to get what is needed.
All right, so check this out. I'm going to make a motion for conceptual approval, staff comment 2, and a board condition to improve the design of the existing dormer before replicating it. That's all I got.
Does that, okay, well, I hear you. Final review by staff, or is it coming back to us?
I think final review by staff would be okay. Others agree.
That's what they asked for, I think.
Good.
All right, somebody want to discuss Julia's motion? she made a motion for conceptual approval with staff comment 2, board comment to improve the design of the existing dormer prior to replicating, and final review by staff. All right, is there a second? All right, somebody want to play with that motion, or go ahead, somebody's going to talk.
I'll second that motion.
All right. So Joy's made the motion. Glenn has seconded it. I'll call it for a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Glenn?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously. All right, I think that's it, right? Okay. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Yeah.